I like relaxing title screens. They kind of make me lose track of time, though. Even so, I probably could have waited longer or not. I don't know, not really gonna make a big difference. Alright,
Guess it's time to plan the day.
augmented reality. I guess it has an effect. Yeah, I only activate it like once, and then it doesn't do that for the whole rest of the time, so it's easy to forget.
This was a nice fight.
Oh yeah, now I'm allowed to continue. I had that weird side trip, and then they wouldn't let me through here. That's probably the ladder from the next area. I remember seeing that. There is an awful lot of... Oh, there's something on the other side of this wall. But I obviously can't reach it. That means this is a bigger area than I thought. This place is huge. Cut it out. Yeah, in that little smudgy spot. Wait. Did I turn my auto run into like an auto walk? That is weird. What is the purpose to this? Huh, interesting. Wait. Yeah, that's strange. Walk, don't run. Just do whatever. Yeah, that dinosaur guy is gonna keep me from... Oh, well, I'm close enough, I guess. Now I don't need to worry about that little smudgy spot.
Mio, are you dealing better with the heat?
I'm doing fine today, thanks. I felt quite better than yesterday anyway.
Ah, I'm going the wrong spot. I will collect this loot then. I mean, ordinarily it would be too late for me to do anything like this, but I just have the opportunity now, and won't starting next week or so, so everyone will be safe from that. Especially the school children, who have had like a month away from being taught to use their lances and axes. So, they must be really happy right now, except for the impending doom all around them. Ah, poor horsey. You guys don't care. Yeah, they wouldn't let me go up this hill before. Kind of a weird random place to put their choke point, but I guess it's a good bottleneck to keep players from being nosy. It's an elite guy. I want to murder him. He shouldn't have eluded himself if he didn't want to get murdered.
This isn't worth our time.
I don't think we'll run into
It's not worth our time.
Crash out!
Oh, that was weird. The entire game lagged out there. That wasn't a weird capture anomaly. That was very unexpected and jarring, actually. I forgot that I reached the class level that gives me two master arts that I confuse. Can you daze it? Can you daze it? Fine. Ow. It's weird because this is far from the busiest opponent that I've seen.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
I was definitely not thinking that, Lance, but thank you for announcing it to the rest of us. Oh look, there's a shiny, a big shiny. I will take it. It is an odd oblong shard. There are a lot of very specific shaped shards. I don't remember what Wota is. Clearly it did not make the same impression on me that it was supposed to. I mean, I'm sure I reacted accordingly, I just don't remember it as such.
Huh? Is that?
This is
That's a
really
rare
fun.
doodah there.
Never a dull moment, eh? Keep it
You're feeling good. This will keep me going. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Lance is very up on himself today. Good for you, Lance. Oops, it's not the button combination I wanted. Let's see. Oh. What? This is a wall. I guess, it's showing me what's on top of this wall. I'm actually underneath another layer. There's a lot of stuff in this world. And I, for one, welcome our cartographer overlords. Well, at least it keeps me from wandering too far for my own good. What good is that? I don't know. I guess I should find that ladder. I think there's a ladder over here somewhere. I don't think you guys are gonna aggro on me, but I don't know. I think I'm totally out of your league now, and you know it. Right. Oh, that's the Asper's tail. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. You coughed him up. Cool. You guys look kind of freaky up close in higher definition than ever before. Guess I'll collect a few more things since there's no chance that anyone's gonna mess with me. Oh, I see the mark of a dead person. Alright, let's see. Get out of my way, guys. Your tails are so big, and when I see them by themselves, I think it's like a plant sticking out of the ground, and then I saw it move away. Freaky.
Hey, can I ask you something?
You just did.
It's special, isn't it? Your blade, I mean.
Ooh.
Sometimes one part of it glows. Why's that?
Oh, you can tell. That's amazing.
It's hard not to.
Oh, right.
Hey, Booby Lady liked it before she had boobies.
Is it a secret?
No, I can tell you.
Is it going to be a flashback tell? Yeah, see, all of these weapons have glowy parts. You're gonna be more specific. Punchies. I want some punchies. That's not part of my predefined class loadout. It has to be the most inefficient magic staff gun I've ever seen. And I love it. Aw, poor doomed kid. Nobody does his thing either. Oh. That's bigger than anything I've seen.
Noah, my man! Are you still playing around with that little toy?
Have you considered a knock-on weapon? You might actually get somewhere with that.
Oi! You deaf or what, Noah? Garvel? Noah, this is bad. Not even a peep. Don't need to pay us any attention.
Oh, please. I wasn't ignoring you. Once I finish this set, we can chat! Well, what were you saying?
Noah! For dead weight, you're a right snuffing peacock.
Murder. Child murder.
You slippery little mudder!
But you only just became a dodge tank.
Well, anything else?
You snuffing weakling!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you put your foot on the lightsaber. The chainsaw edge of the thing.
Get it now! Lance!
Break it up now. Didn't know you could be so petty, Garvel.
Pah. Ain't got no time for this musclehead.
Wanna say that again?
We'll settle this properly in tomorrow's trial. Move it!
Gee, I wonder how that trial goes that we totally haven't seen already.
Noah, are you okay?
You broke my toy.
Don't let it get to you. Guys like that are the first ones to snuff it in a real battle.
No, I'm not worried about him.
No, it's urine.
I really can't call my weapon, though. I worry I'll end up being a burden.
Never thought that here, not even once.
Thanks. Kind of you to say.
It's just the truth. Where are you going?
To visit Riku, since it broke. The trial, it's tomorrow. I'm gonna need a new weapon for that.
Aw, Yara doesn't have the exposed midriff fan service.
What's this?
It's the
Magic
Banana's
sword,
power.
Lucky 7. In distant past were 7 legendary swordsmith pon. Over course of 7 years, forged sword from 7 types of steel. No other sword like it in existing.
Magic?
Lucky 7?
Lance, Please to give good cleave with blade and split clean in halves.
Sure about that? Better not pull some you break it, you bought it sneaky sort of deal.
Riku would never dream. Just put all of heft into mighty swing.
Weird ask. Sure. You want me to cut it? I'll cut it, I guess. Here it comes! Queen's beans! There's not even a nick in it!
Friend surprised? Indeed, is most prized of swords. Even armor of Pharaonis gets sliced to itsy bits.
I think I'll pass.
Pass? So you not have need for?
Yeah, it's too strong.
I mean, you are going to have a
one
mock
lands
battle
and
with
friends
children.
to kick buckets?
No, what the spark?
Same as letting friends die.
No, it's not.
If friends not fight, cannot survive.
Sure, but I don't need to use your sword.
Then, why know or not call blade?
It's not out of choice, I just can't.
False. Riku see through like transparent.
How old is Riku?
Noah can call blade. Just no big desire of fighting spirit.
I mean,
Riku?
they don't have irises,
Hey,
so they must
is he
not be subject
serious?
to the same system.
Noah?
I can't get used to his freaking Riku-ness.
What
This
the?
magic.
All this time? Huh?
If death is not option, should live. Only way is fight like life depends. Thinking of self alone is way of coward. Though, Riku no feeling well.
I'm afraid.
Riku very much a coward.
Fighting, you mean?
Of this world. It's so brutal and relentless. And I'm afraid of what we might become.
Mate,
You mean child soldiers?
Oh ho ho! Riku knew Noah was hero material.
Huh?
It true this sword possess incredible power. Might even rob enemies of many much lives, yes. But only those who understand nature of terror have right to wield. Quoth Masterpon of Riku anyhaps. So,
Quoth?
if
That's
Noah
a
can call Blade
complex
now,
word
can
for
still
Nopon.
keep Lucky 7, maybe in some kind of disguise. In different words, can turn it into sheath.
Sheath?
Can use it in fights like normal. But if ever push come to shove, time will come when Noah truly need Lucky 7's strength. Then is only matter of drawing.
When I truly need its strength.
Exact. If Noah never lose sight of that feeling, one day such time surely come.
That is, if I can master it.
If felt to master, just give back. Can pick out different one.
Ah, right.
Please not to feel specially indebted to Riku. Just take. No need for overthinkings.
Okay, I accept your offer. Oh, and Riku,
What is?
mind if I change the name?
Men?
Lucky 7 just isn't doing it for me.
Ah.
That's unlucky. Even unluckier than an unnamed sword is a sword with the change name. It's both unnamed and with a different name. You just don't get to know the name, so you get the worst of both.
So, what name did you end up picking?
Huh? Name.
Uh-huh. You don't want to say? Or what? Is it that embarrassing?
No, it's not embarrassing.
I called it Lucky
That's not
8.
I'm getting strong emotional vibes here.
I wouldn't say emotional, per se. Rather, something I miss. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
there's
know,
no emotions.
You're the
with that.
second one that's noticed this weapon.
Really? Is that something special?
It is.
And the first? Who was it?
She's incredible. and we
She has
owe
huge
her our
boobs now.
lives.
She's probably 10 years old. And she has an eye infection. Changing the time. Let's see, hold on. I was wondering if maybe they blew me off course when I was exploring. Let's see though. Yeah, we got change time, got... I probably don't have the affinity grid because I don't have enough people that like me outside of these people. Even though I've been gaining affinity with the colony from before and with Nalpon now. So, I think they're just keeping it vague until then. Because there's no way they're not going to give me an affinity grid, obviously. But, it's a secret, don't tell anyone that they're tracking everything I do. Let's see, I don't think I can just wander up this cliffside. Maybe... no, probably not. Ooh. I don't think it actually gets me anywhere.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Yeah, it doesn't really lead anywhere. To get to the stuff up there, I need to, actually get up there. Let's not walk off a cliff. Let's, I wonder...
Come on, who else? Push this thing here and...
And then here and...
I was just curious if my front character was one of the two that interacted with it.
I'll handle this.
You want me to lead?
I'll take point.
leave it to me. Come on, who else?
Alright, oops, wrong button again. And we activated the ladder.
We're very nearly out of Ega's wilderness now, aren't we?
I bet you can hardly wait.
I don't think we're very nearly, because Taeyeon said we were halfway from where we started this session. So, and it looks like there's a lot more wasteland ahead. And a cutscene is gonna take over from here. Oh, I'm gonna collect this thing. Stoodah. I can't believe they just let me go around. Dang it, they didn't let me go around. But yeah, there's no point in an affinity chart if it's empty. It's weird though, because there's a lot of mechanics that are clearly going to be in this game.
Yeah,
But
agreed.
the first game would have given me from like the start. And
I'm
this
seeing
one's
signs
just
of
drip
patrols.
feeding them.
Was it Colony 4?
Colony 4.
Colony of bad butt elites, led by a commander of great repute. Whole rest of
Bad
Kebis acknowledge
butt.
their superiority.
Are you certain? This is Neil Valley.
Right. Like Riku said.
But how can this be? How can their zone of control extend this far out?
Huh? Anyone feel that? A quake?
Of
No,
Tyrannus.
It's...
Over there!
Huzzah! We could fight an entire colony, right? They must have packed it in since their last cutscene. Oh, their clock is running low. That is bad, but... they're not ranked very highly anymore somehow? I just wanted to eat some steak. There's the booba.
There you are! You monsters!
Why would you tell them to stop?
Our
I know,
swans
but there's
do-
lots of booba.
Noah!
We can have different booba. I don't get good feelings about whatever's gonna happen with this booba.
Ethel!
You
Ethel,
said
that's right.
Ethel. You mean Silvercoat Ethel.
You know about her?
Even in Agnes, the name has spread far and wide.
I was gonna think her name was
Silvercoat
Miriam or
A
Muriel.
veteran soldier unmatched in strength. People would whisper about how she felled 3 colonies at once with just 100 troops.
Yeah, but this is Ethel.
We know her name, so?
So, she helped us out once before. She was strong, but kind. She could still help. Noah?
It might not work, but
Noah!
it's all right.
They've got a stand user with an Evangelion.
Ethel! It's me! Noah from Colony 9! You know us! You saved us back in Colony 14! You praised my blade! You must remember!
You say I helped you? In Colony 14?
You did!
Really? I've no recollection of helping. You!
It's weird that the sensory differentiation does not include the talking,
This is far from all right.
It's
and they already know
pointless.
it's deserting soldiers.
Sorry. I thought I could
Because
convince her.
The letter guy said so. But you're allowed to carry on a conversation with a shadow figure.
Taking cover. Bad move.
Listen, this is Xenoblade. There are so many booba characters. It would be impossible not to have them.
Very well done, Ethel. I do so love your loyalty. Now, the enemy is before you. Chase them to the ends of the world. Not a single one of them can escape.
But yeah, I guess if she helped them in that flashback, she must have been like
Whoa, check this place out.
3 years old when they were 2. So she can't be any younger than 10-ish. So she's like at the end of her timeline, so there's like not so many ways. No, we should just have a staring contest. They're good sports about it. I said you're good sports about it. Don't make me a liar, assholes. Oh, there's a mana. Dang, it's on top of this thing.
No amount of healing's gonna help if that thing hits us.
Yeah, I'm sure
We
glad
should
it's
retreat
guided
to
by
cover then.
cutscenes.
We've been spotted.
Oh, okay. I just said you guys were good sports. A rescuer? Oh, I guess it's a healing type. Oh, you guys were over here? This is kind of weird then. This whole battle is weirdly figured out. take the aggro, you dummies. I can't back attack it like this.
Whoa, got a rare dude right here.
Yep, I'm glad you're impressed, Lance. Me too. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sure that we are. I can still look around and be a crazy person. These good sports with their staring contests and fireworks.
Getting late. We should find somewhere to rest.
It's getting late. Let's continue doing what we're doing.
Noah, let's just clear out for now. We can think about the why later.
I guess they'll just send more reinforcements over time. That's kind of cool. Oh, they've used the art to lock your attention. Oh, I killed it after it got away from me. That's funny. But he dropped all his loot so far away. I got a loading core. We've been spotted, what? Excuse me. Why are we questioning the way Ethel is acting when everyone from Colony 9 was doing that to us? They just didn't get within speaking range.
Yep, just keep them coming. No problem.
Look out!
Risky business.
Doesn't help that their
Risky
cannons are way
business.
too
That's a
accurate.
reference. It's
They
not.
shouldn't be able to see us from over there.
How do they know location of Banana and friends?
Magic eyes.
The iris. Her red iris is doing this. It's relaying our exact position to her troops.
Snuff this.
Lance, 6 o'clock.
Spark!
Again?
Aren't your troops gonna get hit by the attack?
The soldiers.
Their whole squad. Those heartless mudders.
Guys, pull back to the cave.
What cave?
We're sitting bunnets out here. In there we can take cover from the volleys.
And after that,
Think about that later.
no plan B.
I didn't have time.
I mean, we've been running the whole time. What was gonna change?
You can't run from me, brats. I've got my eye on you.
Infiniti. Oh, there's fog though.
Black fog.
Really? Suddenly fog? No big deal. It'll hardly slow me down. I still have eyes on the prize.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
I want the loot. I want the loot. I mean, they weren't hitting us before because we have
This fog thing is
special effects defense.
Ah! Get away!
Oh, good.
Keep me going.
I was hungry for robot parts.
I'll pick you
I guess the problem is that I actually set the topple as her master art, which is not going to be ready at the beginning of battle, or nearly as often as a regular art. But, you know, it's not like I need to do a lot of toppling in the early battle. It just means that all my small skirmishes aren't going to have a really cool overclock finish. This looks like a big open space.
Finally safe on the
Let's,
chilling, huh?
I can't tell where this
Oh,
leads,
rare
but
monsters.
all we can do is keep moving forward.
This
Container.
isn't worth our time. This one looking at me funny.
No, I want the
Hey, you.
container, you dummy. Put her away.
What are you hiding, little guy? Whoa, visitors!
It's fine. The visitors. Oh, I don't get to see what I got until after the battle.
What's the enemy? Cheers, you're a gem.
Yeah, do more of that.
This is something decent, right?
Yeah, I guess the stuff I got out of that container, they're just not going to tell me because I got interrupted.
Ah! Get away! Whoa, what's with that one?
Oh, it's, caterpillars.
This isn't worth our time.
I don't think we'll run
Yeah, but it's rare, and it's a new enemy type that I need to get loot from.
Thanks.
Butterfly blade!
Please work with me a little.
You are? You're supposed to be following me.
Wow.
This was a nice fight.
Oh, there's a...
And there's tough.
It's a unique
The only
caterpillar.
way is through, together. This one looking at me.
Oh, you shouldn't have seen me. Oh, I still got the back attack though. There we go. Yeah, she had her master art ready that time. I eventually learned stuff about the things that I do. Please stop looking at me so I can backstab you. And if you can. So maybe relying on a daze that is a chain attack is not my best move. I used the wrong thing. You can do our chain attack to finish it off. Let's see. Do this one. Let's see. Oh, that's right, I wouldn't get full marks that way. Cool. Oh wow. 57 is a lot. Do this one. Jeez, that is a lot of TP. Just to make sure we fill it in one move. Cool. Geez, 72. Let's see. No. Noah, please let me think. How is this for a plan? Overkill. Oh, I guess we made this guy mad in the process. That's what I was saying. Wait, are we keeping the battle theme from the dead enemy? I did not expect that. Oh, there's a dead body over there. Let's see if there's anything else to seek out. Yeah. Basically filled out all the walls around here.
Be at rest.
Yeah, but how do I put that on my character status card? Plot defense armor points don't show up there. And besides that, Noah is a dodge tank right now. Defense is not what he needs to focus on. Okay, well, that's everything that's in this area.
New enemies, be careful.
Not to worry. Stick to the
I was about to say, you guys haven't actually been following us very well. Let's get rid of the guy on the ground first. That's not what I wanted to use. Oh, there's a thing for moving around.
Yes, Uni's the boss.
Let's make Uni do it.
All right.
Oh, it's nice seeing you guys get to get along together.
Leave it to me.
Okay then.
Keep me going.
Yes way, dummies.
Hey, Tyan, have you been hit?
No,
Then what?
the enemy's acting strangely. Something's off.
Yeah, there's
Off
nothing
how?
strange about anything
Even
before.
when we engage, the other soldiers don't provide backup. It's like none of them have been given orders.
You're overthinking it.
I thought I was at first. Hey, Noah.
Yeah, I agree with Tyon. They did seem kind of slow to respond.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes, no. You should share with the class, Four Eyes. Unlike me, who would know nothing about such callous bullying of people for something. Oh, there's a cave
You
camp.
should be able to rest here.
A wilderness caravan. I got a pebble. Rude. Tutu.
What should
Good
we get?
hello. Don't run into people when we're doing business. That's just rude. Let's see. Evasion. Well, some arts being active might be interesting. Okay. No. I mean, it's interesting, but no. Oh. Yeah, resistances to topple. I'm familiar with such. Didn't think we would have that privilege. Oh. Why would you be in battle with that many enemies? 20 enemies for 200%. Well then, this is Garnet back together. And 20 enemies are still gonna tear you apart. Yeah, Lance, you're being very rude. And you're teleporting very rudely. Training makes less sense than shopping. Also, you told me that you couldn't sell me stuff because you were busy. Everyone is just rude. Yeah, we don't really have time to train, but
I've been craving some
You know.
downtime.
we don't really have downtime. Yeah, not enough for a bonus level. Let's see. We should still have cooking for another... No, I guess maybe it could have gone away, or I just forgot to check. But last time I played, I had 23 minutes. Okay, yeah, no, we've been playing long enough for the cooking effects to have expired. What is it about this game and how long it takes to do stuff? Yeah! It's like a JRPG or something. Ooh, is shiny. Tiny ass bars.
Don't just assume they're pushovers.
Leave it to me.
No, I assume this is a pushover. Topple. Yeah, even I can only just barely get my, let's... fussy bitches. If I was one level higher, you wouldn't even dare to mess with me.
to not being careless.
Careless. Oh, there's more stuff going on. Cough it up. Yeah, meat. Oh, Aspire eat Wolf, I guess. I didn't get it from the side, I guess. Oh, that's what happened. Soldiers came upon us. This is a bad time to be fighting a elite monster now, I guess. It's fine. It's only elite. Your aggro is leading you behind us, so why are you looking at me? That's right. Look the other way. Alright, now daze it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, I gotta finish the battle. I thought it was just gonna give me the little pause screen on the elite monster for as long as I wanted.
This is something decent, right?
Don't mind if I do.
Now I can open the door to darkness. I forgot to nobody notice jittering in the darkness of the not darkness. I guess I should clear out complete the request. Good. Let's see. Now that I can see again. Oh, we're back around to this. They're gonna lead us to walk the plank. Cause oh, the Chronicles was over this way. I don't think it could fit through this little valley. But we're still gonna have like some kind of weird, tense interaction over here. Certainly.
Is this like
Either that or I don't know.
Whoa, what's with that one? This isn't worth our
What is with that one?
This one looks
That one is dead. Even deader than normal. Oh.
That was spectacular.
Give me your chunks.
Was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
It's weird that I wasn't allowed to have Aspire eyeballs
Light at the
until
end
I
of the
did that thing for Riku to show me that other thing.
Topographical info update.
Queen's beans, queen's wings. What else do we want to ogle the queen? Although her beans, I don't know you'd want
We
to
can get down from the left side.
stare
With
at.
any luck, we can lead them the wrong way.
Yeah, there's no luck. Oh good, we get to be at eye level. I think. Maybe not. I have no notion on some of these.
Ethel!
So unfortunate.
She read us like a book.
Ethel! Do you really not recognize us at all?
Disgusting.
Huh?
The sight of you things speaking the words of man. It makes my skin crawl.
Huh?
Do
We'll never
away.
get through.
Come off it. Just what the spark does she see us as? Goggles?
She's right there. Why don't you ask her?
Right, we'll get a straight answer.
Cool.
Nowhere to run! Prepare yourself!
She's not giving us much chance. I'll draw them.
Well, if you insist we kill you first, we will.
I'll show you. I'll draw them.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to have target lock as an attacker. I should have noticed that was what was happening with my, I definitely need to get rid of this healer.
I'll draw them. Time to get crushed.
Did she fall asleep? Is that what I just read? Wow, we have lots of stuff on our side. No, I wanted days, you dummies.
Let me give you a test. I can help. You're wide open. Come on now. I'll draw them. Time to get crushed.
Sure, let's use all of our power, but make sure you don't kill her.
Do you think this
That's
plan
one that I
might
know
work?
her once.
Do you think this plan might work? Do you think this plan might work?
I'll make it.
Let's see.
I'll take one.
I can follow that
I was hoping it would make it, it just barely didn't.
Time for the big one.
Keep hitting hard.
Cool.
Hit them where they least expect.
How's this for a plan? How's this for a plan?
How about something like this?
All right.
I'll take one.
Yeah, she resisted that time, but I swear she was asleep. Let's see. If I do this, I might ram into the 99. So I'm gonna try. There we go.
Let's bring it home.
Cool. Jeez, you come back for more every single time.
I use my thinking muscle for this one.
Use my thinking muscle for this one.
How about something like this?
I use my thinking muscles for this one. Alright, coming right out. I'll take one.
Unfortunately, I don't think this is gonna get all the way. But if I use her, I'm definitely gonna waste. It's probably gonna be the last chain anyway. Don't worry about it. So it's gonna cap at 99, but I wasn't gonna reach that cap the other way around if I didn't do it this way. Overkill. Yeah, I figured that would also happen.
I'll show you.
Curses! Yeah, we're just gonna have to gouge your eye out if you're gonna see, right? Oh, but of course we clearly didn't win. We wouldn't be allowed to win. You're destroying the landscape. There's a camp down there. Where are we gonna make our tasty
Way
snack?
too good.
Well, I guess we
She's
don't
way
call
too
a
level
silver coat
16 for
Ethel
us.
for nothing, eh?
She has extra padding that prevents us from defeating her.
Keeps getting tighter! Mimi?
Understood. Ready?
We can't.
But
Yeah, we
why
can't.
not?
It's too powerful. We could just wind up killing her.
Yes, but...
What happened? She just stopped.
What? What am I fighting against here?
Maybe
Gouge your eye out.
Ethel! It's me! It's Noah!
Did you say Noah?
Ethel!
Oh, if needs must.
Yeah, give us an enemy we don't mind killing.
Console.
Really? This is why I can't stand fog. And we were just getting to the good part.
Console. I'm... What am I...
Silence! You are pathetic.
No, the booba!
Ethel!
I suppose it's more fun this way.
Are they gonna teach us how
Well,
to control our Persona
don't you agree?
Evangelion powers?
It's the big bad boss. Boom!
Chanting!
Here I come!
Interlink. I see.
Boys and girls. I need you, Mia. Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Evangelion powers. The heat gauge. I see. How do I know how much interlink? Oh, the heat gauge is on the side there. That's good. Wait, why am I Noah? Way to give him main character privileges all of a sudden. Minion go. Make my monster grow. Oops. Oh well. Yeah, the chain attack is more powerful than the Ouroboros until they give me more mojo on that. They just sort of like decided to introduce the ability to do it, and then they actually gave me the limit I didn't have in the super cutscene power. Let's see. So they're gonna have to introduce more mechanics for me to get more out of that, I guess. Oh, we ran the cap again. Alright then. I can't help it if Teon has a tactical, critical ability in these things.
Do you think this plan might work?
Like, I don't need it to be an instant win, I just would like it to be, like, more nuanced than it clearly is at this moment. They haven't decided to give me my full access. I'm glad to have it in the tool belt now, but I'm not super great on how they end up changing my main active character when I use it. Oh, he resisted the break. Cool. Yeah, I think there's some kind of a middle ground about these chain attacks being instantly OP or kind of weirdly ineffective. I think we're on the super OP right from the get-go already. And I'm sure they're gonna add more to it because they already have the interface telling me there's Ouroboros legs. I will always refer to it by its correct Greek pronunciation. Wesker has ruined the word even more than everything else using that word. Overkill! And surprise, we couldn't beat him either, even though we beat him.
Did we do it?
JRPG cutscene power for the
Something's
bad
wrong.
guys. I just think Ouroboros is a dumb
The
sound.
light's being drawn in.
Same as
Alright,
when
he's
Noah
gonna use
and
his.
Mimi.
Yeah,
He
show the
transformed.
troops your true face.
He looks exactly like that other one.
I mean, not
That
exactly.
Iris. So he was the one controlling the troops.
Mobius.
But he's looking pretty hurt. Come on!
Maybe he should have used it earlier.
What?
Oh no.
His wounds. They look like they're healing.
It's like it's all for them. Oh, that sucks. Huskies!
Any good?
No, you're all gonna need to Mobius up. Oh, stop doing that.
He did it again. No way. He's stealing from the clocks.
The clock is ticking.
My dear boy, your voided intuition is shit. I'm not.
Did you just trade your weapon back?
I
I, as Mobius, have the right to do with the flame clots as I please. You may hurt me as much as your heart's desire, but where there is life and vitality, I'm afraid I shall not fall.
Well, too bad for you.
Why don't you
That
give
clock
it
is
your
almost empty.
best shot? And
We'll kill everyone just to kill you.
if you think you can.
But the
Stop
booba.
attacking! Uni! Lance!
You must be fucking joking!
If we let up now,
You mustn't
he'll take
kill
us
the booba.
down.
But our friends from Colony 4!
What friends? They're all dead.
Wake up, Noah! They're not your friends anymore. They're his fuel.
Even so!
These soldiers will nourish me like glitter radishes in season, and we can always grow plenty more. If I need a little extra, I can pluck them whenever I want.
The mocap actor had a lot of fun with that.
Friends, the more we hate it, there has got to be a way. What if we...
I mean, the clock is almost empty.
But then...
What? Did you think of something? Come on!
The flame clock. What if we smashed it?
You what? How should I know something like... Do you mean...
But... What if we just end up killing everybody?
I mean, you're gonna kill everybody as it is
If we
now.
keep fighting like this, we're all dead.
Rock in a hard place, huh?
Kay feels like a No More Heroes character.
Whatever life is lost, I won't let you shoulder it all alone.
Mia.
I think it's about time we entered
it's
the
flooding.
final act.
Don't you not want to do that so that you can absorb their life energy from killing them?
All right. We'll try it.
It's all the way up there. How will you try it?
What's up?
Draw his attention for me.
And then what?
I'll get in close and destroy the flame clock.
What? If you do that...
We've got to. It's the only way. On my head be
It's
it.
almost as bad as the other plan, so
Fuck you
what do you have to
about?
lose?
I'm not gonna let you take the fall alone. Nah, snuff it. Fine. Have it your way. Get going. Uni.
Cover fire! Leave it to me!
Tyon. Senna. We need you too.
Understood.
Just say when, guys.
Thanks, everyone. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Let's run straight at the beam
I
machine.
know what you're thinking. However,
I'll just hit you all at
if
once.
I keep on firing pot shots, I'm bound to hit one of you sooner or later, preferably sooner.
He kind of reminds me of a Christopher Corey Smith kind of character, but I'm not familiar with the actor. Yeah,
Sure? I'm just practicing.
enter the drift.
Sorry.
Gypsy danger.
Watch out! Come on! They want to take you out the running! We can take care of ourselves! Just go!
But you're an Evangelion unit instead. Are you a tank class Evangelion?
Lance, that form. You mean...
Hey, I'm here too! Senna as well!
Yeah, don't forget Senna. She's got the jacket.
Foul you.
Mother.
Lance! We can't keep this up!
Take it out!
You need a super healer now. Aw, dang, now I'm joined to Taeon forever.
To where this was taken.
I think you're in the right thing. We can go through here, and then we're out!
He's not ready for these emotions. Nimue? We're getting Arthurian in here.
My wounds.
A healer class. Oh, that's very sexy of you, Taeon.
Did I? I did this.
Whoa. He gets to be part of a hippie lady with the booba.
Ah, right. No, Mio, now's our chance.
Yeah.
What? The fuck? This is absurd! Get to your damn thing! Where are they?
Maybe you should rely on your iPhone.
Where have they gone? I can't see! Can't see anything! Why, little? When did you get the jump on me? That case?
Now you start open your eyes.
If it was me, I'd really want to be a giant woman. Giant woman.
Can't heal!
No, that's nothing. Go now! Do it!
He can't heal for other reasons. The thing that we're doing is unnecessary. Because it's built into a giant robot.
No use. Bloody embers.
The futility! The flame clock is life itself! One might say, a coalescence of the will to live. I very much doubt it's going to break so easily now, is it?
Smart. You must have it too.
A fool's errand indeed. But you know I appreciate what you've done. For bringing your lovely selves so close up. Because now I can look upon you in all your radiance.
Team Laser. What the heck are you guys doing here?
Noah and friends will set
Scaramouche.
things right. Even armor of Veronis gets sliced to itsy bits.
If it can really take a Veronis clean out, then maybe...
Can it be giant?
Mio! Try again! Cancel the interlink after we jump!
What's the plan?
Looks like the time's come.
What are you talking about?
My vague backstory is getting less vague.
Your interlink? But why?
This is the Monado's power. Oh, what? That's cool and all. Man, am I glad Riku was here. And now you just murdered everyone's will to live.
The flame pot cannot be broken! What is this?
It's not that magic sword. Lucky 12. Lucky 39. Lucky 13. And now it's just wasted. All those energies are gone. You know, instead of returning to the people that you wanted to save.
She's gonna be fine.
Seems she only lost consciousness.
Right.
Okay, sure.
That's good.
She had the
Leaves.
power of Booba.
Someone who deserves a real thrashing.
Playing with our lives like they're nothing. You're dead meat.
Tutorial? Oh, we get to level up before fighting. Might as well do some of this before it overheats. Oh, if I interlink level 3, I could break all. That's what that says. I see, now I get to be Mio instead of going back to vanilla immediately. That's been a climactic assumption on their part. Oh, missed. Yeah, it keeps the interlink level. Oh yeah, we overheated. I wasn't sure if I would just barely get out of it. Oh yeah, you guys are doing infusion now. We're almost to the chain attack. I wonder if chain attack would break the thing. I can't. Yeah, I can't farm up anyway. I'll be curious to see what state they're in after the chain attack. I probably should have waited until my overheat was over to see if I could do anything crazy with that. But then the other guys probably would have been out. Let's see. Fusion is just a cheap trick to make whatever we are stronger. But that overheat is some serious malarkey. Yeah, I figured that I just leveled it up by using it, and it's just a thing that as the battle goes longer, I get more mojo juice. Finally, an enemy that can survive a chain attack. I think. Got good action. This one. think Neo can get enough bonuses.
This isn't the end!
Cool. That was fun. Yeah, I broke everybody's fusion, but I think my cooldown is done. I don't know if that was something that would automatically happens. Alright, fine, I'll let it cool down on its own. Oh, whoops, I went and used my... Yeah, let's hopefully avoid some of that. Yeah, I didn't do a very good job. I drew the aggro with no plan. I'm gonna hang out in the healing circle for a little bit. I think that probably put my interlink down to 0. It's not a good plan. Oh, he stays? Really? Oh wait, one of us is dazed. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Way to go, giant woman. You got the big booba, so blast him. Are you K? Are you K? I don't think he's K.
Wanted to play around a little more. No!
Maybe you were bad at your job. That's just a bummer now, isn't it? I can see why they sent you. And I bet everyone is dead.
Just playing around, was he? Let's take a look at this ugly mudder's face.
Yeah.
It's a human.
Stuck tight. How'd you get this thing off? Ah.
It's the creeper, Old Man Jenkins. It's an old man.
He's so different from us. Is this what consoles look like?
All wrinkled. Just like
He's
Guernica.
Mr. Peanut.
Is this what aging's like?
I don't know.
Oh, we don't want that. We want to die at a ripe old age of 10. Yeah, the booba. Your clock is dead. We killed it.
Ah, it's you.
Yeah, I told you so.
I see. I'm so sorry. All I remember is that I was fighting against some abhorrent creatures. And you tell me it
that's
was
us.
you.
We are abhorrent creatures.
So this is the consul. This is how he really looks.
He's fading. Just like during a homecoming.
No! I don't want to die!
Yeah, you're stuck with that memory forever. It's in you now. I think he's already sent. I don't think you need to send him
No
somewhere.
way. You're not sending him on. You realize how messed up that is?
Huh? You think so?
How do you not? Think about the things this guy did.
He tried to kill us all and rob the soldiers of their remaining life.
I mean,
You're
you
right.
did that pretty well.
Both of you are right. And Mio?
Honestly, I'm not sure I would.
Okay.
I'll do it anyway.
Oh, I'll just do it anyway.
Just now,
Yes.
I felt his essence brush past me. It felt just
Yeah,
the
we don't want
same
that
as
stepping
ours.
up the world.
So, I feel I have to do this. You know?
So that he'll stop screaming in my mind.
Mio, have you ever touched a mote of light from a Kavesi? They're the same as ours. On the other side, the people live hoping the same things as us.
Please don't touch the dead people juices. It's not good for you. But like also his life juices already escaped him. So this is just a formality. Now his costume is full of more.
Well, he's
Listen,
started
he
now.
is drunk on life energy.
Sometimes he's just too kind.
That or he just loves his job.
He too by the book.
An airhead. That's what he is. Don't think he's thinking about it too deeply.
Just doing it because it's part of his nature, eh? Weirdo.
I concur.
We wanted to get more out of our mocap for the
Mimi.
flautists. Return to the planet.
Sorry. You didn't have to help.
It's fine. It's our duty.
Listen, I'm showing respect for the one character trait they decided to
worried.
give her front and center
I didn't play well.
ever since she was
But
a
why?
3-year-old.
You did it expertly.
She
Just
grew
like last
into
time.
it. And now she will
Still.
continue growing
Can't stop shaking.
forever
Because of the flame clock.
until
Yeah.
she wrinkly.
I was terrified.
Still, all thanks to your decision, we're alive. You're really something.
It was a team effort.
Oh, some of them lived. That's crazy. Alright, you're now our colony, and you don't have a clock. So, something.
Commander!
Oh, Captain, my
You're
Captain.
Agnes!
We're not wearing uniforms.
Lower your weapons, Boliaris.
Come again?
Boliaris.
I'll explain everything to you
great.
later. Please, Boliaris.
Sure.
Okay. She commands respect.
Then it seems the flame clock is indeed gone, as you say. And yet, I'm seeing nothing of these symbols you speak of. It seems evident you possess something that we do not have.
I see. Sorry for getting you involved.
No need to apologize. Exceptional as this is, I consider it a blessing to be freed from constant battle.
Yeah, now you
Glad to
can
hear you
live to
say
be an
that.
old,
I was
wrinkly
pretty
lady.
worried.
Are you sure it's okay for us to be hanging around here?
My troops are under strict orders. It's true you three are affiliated with Agnes, but we also owe you our lives. We should count our blessings, no?
No, I think we shouldn't be here because the Mobius freaks are going to be finding us.
This feels awkward.
We can stick it out.
Sorry. This is kind of our fault.
Don't worry about it. You heard Ethel, right?
Infinity Blade. Oh. That's new. This is the Monato's power. Colony discovered. Oh boy, we can... Oh, there's a skill tree now. Yeah. Ha. That's gonna be complicated. Let's tutorialize me, Captain. Individual basis. Oh jeez, this is gonna get... This is Final Fantasy X. Do I get a sphere grid? Yeah. Yeah, the only node we can start with. Let's start with it. I'm not allowed to do anything else anyway.
You found power.
Power! Yeah, it's not nearly as bad as the sphere grid, but still, it's a thing. Let's see if the tutorial is over. Unlock arts canceling node. The canceling of arts into other arts. I see. Yeah, I suppose it would be. That would definitely make oh, we have a star of friendship with this colony. Alright, let's collect some free relationship points. Well, let's actually look at that soul grid. Alright, thank you for reminding me that my grinding has come to an end. How many of them reached their max? All of them. How come it only warned me for half of them? Alright, let's change the classes around. We can't actually, can we? We need more experience. Oh wait, I can turn to this one.
I'll protect you.
Steal the jacket. Oh, this is gonna get kind of annoying, isn't it? To balance it all out. Let's see who has no choice. Oh geez, you have no choice. The healers are stuck this way. But I can make the other ones take on each other's roles, hopefully.
I'll take real good care of the bad guys. I'm fine with attacking.
I think that's balanced, yeah. We've got one for everyone. She could be a healer, but not until the other healers are done grinding out their existences. So now they're stuck this way until they learn one of these other ones. They're gonna gain nothing. Although, no, here, I can't use a knockback coin for that. I can only use it to increase the level. That's fine for now, I guess. It's not ideal. Let's see what our arts are now. I don't want the blowdown. I'd rather have cannonball. One target, physical attack. Let's see. Hey, you have no other master classes? Oh yeah, because you haven't mastered any extra. You only... It's something about their opposites. That's kind of annoying. Only circles can go opposite of diamonds. That's gonna take a while to get used to. Let's see, you will need... I don't like Bull Rush as much as Variable Turret. Oh no, wait, it was Upper Class Slash, wasn't it?
Bull Rush!
Hold on. No, that one's actually pretty... This one is the one that does topple, so I need that. I don't... Let's... One target, AoE, and one target. I think I'll put this one out for Variable Turret then. You're the same class still, I can't change it. That's why they didn't offer to have me change a class, because they can't use any other classes right now. Let's see, Air Slash. Oh, it remembered that I don't like ground beat. That's very healthy of them. And Butterfly Blade. Yeah, those ones are already pretty good. Alright, we've got a diverse crew again. Let's see. Tactician is... Yeah, Tactician does feel a lot easier to use than the Medic Gunner. But it's still kinda... So I guess I'm gonna be using Lance for a little bit. That's scary. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at my... Why is... Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I have more master skills for my people that mastered skills. I can do split second counter and boost critical rates. Ether Arts reduces aggro. Oh wow, that's gonna be fun. And then, let's make sure. Yeah, I want to have Analyze Weakness, but I also want Empowered Combo. Oh, it's, giving her the skills for that, I guess. Because she's the Zephyr right now. You are an ogre. That tiny little vest jacket doesn't really seem like it fits with the, Oops. Why did I do that? Okay, that's fine with that. Soul Tree. Cancel interlink, what? It's just to link up so we can see. Oh, that's interesting. It considers this form to be B while the other ones are A's. Wait, why is Giant Woman better than both of the other ones almost? That one has good defense. Well, it's got good attack too. That's it. Giant Woman is just superior in all ways. You heard it here, Digital Devil Saga. Can't use any master skills. Don't have any choices of arts. Let's see what these things actually have to say for themselves. One target, high critical hit rate. causes attack down. Causes break on all enemies at interlink level 3. And then Mega Spinning Edge ignores defense. Fast percent power multiplier. Let's see. Got knockback, lightning arrows, ether. You get an area of effect, ether attack, or ether. It's ether attack that has healing. Interesting. And accuracy down on the area around you. And then 1000% cannot be blocked. And it does extra damage to Mobius. Let's see, we've got a Ray of Punishment. Sudden impact. We can topple. I mean, I'm just saying it because the funny Smash line. I don't know. Where's my Chroma Dust? And Burning Rain. But the important thing is that you can topple at level 3. And then you can launch after topple. Interesting. I know, but it's words. I say words that I see. And I see and say the words that I hear. Let's see, if we're gonna be headed down the charts, which one is this as a good destination? You can enhance the talent arts. You can enhance the skills. Satisfying Piercer. You can reduce heat gauge buildup from a cancel art to art. We've got opportunity in crisis. I don't know about that, but maybe. Also, this one's weird, it comes back around. You can enhance the Phantom Slash. Unison Strike, high crit rates. Slows heat gauge buildup over time. Power charge for all. Can raise the affinity. See what else we have around here. We can learn Omnipresent Blade. Oh, we can learn skills, but they're locked. How do we unlock those skills? Maybe just by learning skills. Link Force. No, I don't think I like that one. Bounding Ends. Annul Guard. Satisfying Piercer. I do have a high crit rate thing. Let's see, critical, oh, even more critical. Critical plus. So this has a lot of critical bonuses. Bonuses. I see. It's gonna depend on how manageable the heat gauge ends up being with some of these skills. Got time, canceling, and time. If only this was a canceling. The earliest canceling you can get is this one, which is a ways off. Let's buy some cheap skills.
You found
Start
power.
these things going down. Do I want that? Not sure. Get some more skills.
You found power.
I'm gonna take this
You found
just
power.
to see if the gauge. Power charge. I'm gonna get this opportunity to try
You
this
found
unlocked.
power. You found power.
Let's see. Even more critical rates. That seems like a good idea that synergizes
You
with my other
found
thing.
power.
Oh, there's a smash. I find it unlikely that I should definitely check these things for rolling smash. There's the upgrade to rolling smash. It's going to depend on how easily you can reach Interlink level 3. Right now it seems like it's going to take some pretty strong enemies to be able to live long enough for that. But I'll at least unlock...
You found power.
I can't unlock it yet, but I'm close. Let's see about these other trees. Healing power plus.
A new power, eh?
Aye. Let's see. Oh, this is a much more connected web. I have no choice but to raise my attack before I can do anything else anyway.
New power, eh?
Let's see what our choices are. We have Ether Collider for days. Deals damage in range each second. That's interesting. Increase the damage for each buff active on all allies. That's interesting. Oh wow, that's interesting. Lightning arrow. Feather sanction. One random buff for the whole party. Dexterity. We got heat gauge. The time is probably going to be more important because of some of these passive effects that this one has. Arts canceling. Wow, I have to go a really long way to unlock arts canceling. More healing power plus. Shared blessing enhanced. Arts canceling. Control time. Unceasing blessing. Pauses the timer for all buffs on all allies. Wow. That sounds pretty strong. And it synergizes well with that other one. Dexterity. Raptor Raid. So let's see. We got time. Time. Canceling. Canceling. Sacred Cannon. What was that one again? That's probably one I already know. I have not committed my new arts to memory. Can't believe it. Yeah, this one is a very crowded grid. I just want to go to Kimari's tree and learn blue magic. That's not a great idea, I'm just saying it. Everyone needs to learn time magic from... actually, I don't know. I don't remember the sphere grid that well. Everyone just needs to learn moves from Tita so they can cheat the turn order. Let's see. Probably going to want to make my way up the top side of the grid first, so I can stockpile these weird things. Ether Collider is kind of tempting. But yeah, we're gonna want some healing.
A new power, eh?
Unceasing Blessing is the same thing. I do kind of want to just have this like always active when I get the chance.
A new power, eh?
I wonder if Shared Blessing synergizes with Wings in Pursuit. That'd be weird.
A new
I should
power,
probably
eh?
not be unlocking these while I don't
A new
know
power,
if it's going to be
eh?
annoying to unlock. Gonna want our timer.
A new power, eh?
Some free dexterity would be alright. But we also want some healing power up. It's gonna take a while to get to. I'll take the dexterity just for right now.
Power, eh?
And let's see our last one. Oh, this is a weird looking one. Well, we're gonna want block rate plus.
Check out this sick new skill!
Time would also be good for you, I guess. If you're a defensive type. Oh wow, 5% chance to reflect. That's kind of funny.
Check out this sick new skill!
Reduces damage taken by allies in a fixed radius. Not really saying what that radius is. We can do blow down, shackle block, volcano cannon launches all. Incredible guard. Attack up, block rate up. Strength and adversity. Oh wow. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't have too many enemies attacking at the same time, but that would be interesting, to say the least. Yeah, the arts canceling on this one is all the way down here. Or the arts canceling key control. Where is your arts canceling? It's probably up here, yeah. So you would have to get that anyway first. Winning Rush. Pierce launch combo. Where is that though? Enhance. Oh, the talent art. Slows over time. Attack critical. There's more block rate up. Block rate plus. Attack. Critical. Rate punishment. Except for this. Block rate up. I mostly like the bottom side of the tree. So I think I'll emphasize down here before going up there too much.
Check out this sick new skill! Check out this sick new skill!
Attack plus doesn't seem bad either, because he's going to be attacking anyway. I don't really think I like that one as much, but I'm going to have to go through it anyway. Let's see what else I can get before I'm forced to grind for more. Take the attack plus.
Check out this sick new skill!
Unfortunately, I don't. In order to get past this one, I'm gonna have to spend a lot of juice all at once. I might just save for that, because it's gonna be kind of expensive to get anywhere at this point in this tree. I don't know that I want steady advance strength and adversity. And Titan Fist is a blowdown, which is not part of the status combos. So I'll just let you wait. Let's see the accessories. I think they transferred correctly. Cool. Skills, already checked that. Good. What kind of quests do we have? We're still working on it. Obviously. Party skills, what? Wait, what? Affinity bonuses. They're gonna have to teach us to affinity better. Affinity and beyond. Alright, let's talk to some people then. Oh, I'm still getting tips. Tip vibrations. Bun it. Oh, okay then. That was really great, Bandam. Yeah, you talk a good soon, but you're very there.
Come on, who else?
With my wacky nonsense. You gave me free love points. You really do like me. I'm stealing your stuff, guys. Is that okay? Seems like there's plenty of stuff to be stolen. So I will. Let's go upstairs. They want me to go to the barracks, so I will do that last. Now is the time for loot. Actually, what about...
Rise and shine!
Oh, okay. You know, for it supposedly being an older model, it looks an awful lot like ours on the inside. Oh, okay, I made a full circle. I'm not lost, you're lost. Oh, they got a nicer office than we do. They got a whole council room. They've got a whole council. Somehow, I don't know that they would. Nothing I've seen has led me to believe that it's true. Don't lie. Let's see if I can get to some containers like this. The hangar. Nobody wants to talk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of you should be dead. The clock struck 12 on you guys. But you know, whatever. As long as Captain Booba says it's okay for you to be alive, I guess it's okay. Oops, I just fell. I'm good at walking on stuff. I guess they forgot to fill in that part of the railing. They're gonna feel so silly when they realize. Don't mind me, I'm stealing things again. I'm climbing on things for no reason. Whoosh. Good job. Well, time to go around smashing clocks and making friends. By smashing their clocks. They'll thank me later. Ooh, shooty blam blams. That looks, precarious. Yeah. I don't think there's any good reason to be over here, though. Oh no, I'm trapped. Lance, how could you do this to me? I'll figure it out.
Big responsibility.
No. There we go. Careful. Yeah. Platforming in my RPGs. Jump on your head. There's a container.
Come on, don't fail me now.
Gemstones. Oh jeez. Oh no. That was fine. Didn't hurt. I was done in there anyway. Oh no. I did it. Exactly as planned. Chrysanthemum. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, you just decided to set up shop, did you? In this place that was conveniently... Wait, is this... Yeah, this is the place where those giant dinosaurs were hanging out. I think. That's also convenient. We made what killed the dinosaurs. I did. By parking on them. Alright, well anyway, let's see what's going on. Ooh, more stuff under your wheels. Oh yeah, I remember this being an annoying one to get on top of. Just a little bit. Alright then. I will play ball. Find me some people to talk to. Central Yard. Yeah, and here's the entrance to the hangar and stuff.
Some place near the
Don't know.
canteen, they said, but where was that?
Hey, your fight is over. You never fight again. Bunch of child soldiers with nothing to do.
Let's try to put it out of our minds, Senna.
Yeah, let's stare back. That'll make it work. Orbs. Good job, Emir. You have earned the respect of lands. That is the hardest thing to do. Bet the container is on top of the tent. Yeah, it's probably on top of this. Yord. She's not open-hearted, she's got big heart attachment's in the way. They make her extra warm and hearty. Commissary.
The selection's making me go cross-eyed.
Cross-eyed. Gods. Canceling. Critical rates. Agility. It's probably good for the dodge tank. Dexterity. For the swordmaster, I bet. Steam belt. That's probably for the ogre. That way I don't have to rely on the enemy level to, see, who is my Zephyr right now? Was it Senna? Probably Senna. And my sword user is Lance. I'm probably good with that. Let's see, Brunella. Oh, so you guys messed it up. Mikoko. Well, you're cheerful, aren't you? That is a very small child. That is like just a smaller adult model. Or, I mean, teenager. That's weird, actually. I don't like these artificially grown humanoids. Oh no, I got sucked into the cutscene point. I thought I was further away. He's Solon. You know, the librarian. The not librarian. You will leave us to it. He's being forced to be nice. No, I'm not ready yet. Uni love? Would that have been Uni-chan?
The consul we fought back there.
Uh-huh.
Oddly, he was strikingly similar to our own consul.
Both sides are gonna have consuls. Why is that odd?
More
It's
accurately,
very odd.
not just similar. They're the same.
They're the same. Are they really?
our colonies regard each other as enemies. But if the consuls giving the orders are the same, it means...
It means? Come on. Just spit it out, man.
Are consoles such a big deal? I thought they were everywhere, like your run-of-the-mill Nopon.
Riku refused
job,
to
not
let
a
remark
race.
of Uni slide.
Got that right? Nopon are rare species world cannot live without. Protect at all cost.
Leaving Nopon out of this? What's this mean? That these guys are mega suspicious?
I mean, they were suspicious even
I
before.
suspect they may be more deeply involved than we thought.
Involved how, though? With what?
With the reason why we fight. With deciding our fate.
Blame your
Our fate. And the queens? You think they're in cahoots?
What can you tell us about your queen?
I
Killer
think we've
Queen
only
Black.
laid eyes on her once. Right?
Yeah. At the homecoming, I think. She had long silver hair.
Yup, real dignified. Proper pretty wings, too.
Wings? Like yours, Uni?
Sort of, but they were much more of a shining white. Well, as for our queen, she was really elegant. Refined and graceful. And her ears, they were super long. Up to here. Guess that means our queen's are different folks, all right?
The consuls are kind of like the Queen's servants, right?
The castles. Their role is to convey the Queen's directives to the colonies, along with handling admin and decision-making.
So what? If we explain the deal to the queen, you think she might actually get the picture? Yeah?
Pretty much.
I don't recommend getting your hopes up.
Oh, yeah?
The queens sit at the very pinnacle of the hierarchy.
So you think they won't even give us the time of day, huh?
They're probably super
I'm
figureheads.
saying they might be the same as the consuls, our enemy.
What?
They're, the gift of the
Also,
Magi.
Somehow that consul, he became Mobius.
Or maybe... Mobius is the consuls.
The situation's already dire enough. It'd be best to temper our expectations.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to do anything about that because Senna grossed out Uni by calling her a familiar of what's it. I'm also kind of interested in seeing just how bad it gets.
Is that so? Colony 4. Henceforth, all orders are rescinded. Eliminate Ouroboros at all cost. Make this known throughout the colonies.
Oh, I actually didn't make them clean up at the weird battlefield
Ouroboros
camp.
has no place in this world. Their existence must be erased without a trace.
Oh no, that accent. We're making Xenoblade Chronicles 1 fight Xenoblade Chronicles 2. The straight A student and the uppity jokey kid with a gambling addiction. Yay, I made it to a chapter.
Gotta note this all down.
Maybe. I think I must have.
We've endured the
Let's see
fierce
what
fighting
happens.
at Colony 4. And learned that the consuls and Mobius are one and the same. Truths we took for granted continue to crumble at our feet. We have spent so long, blindly walking the path set before us without question. But we are more curious now, of our future selves, of our purpose.
You have no purpose. Purpose. No, it's not a purpose. It's a purpose. Purpose.
So, split into 3 units, our main troops go wide, and first to make contact withdraws? What are you, a coward?
What was that?
Huh?
I asked you what you said. You think I'm scared, is that it? I'll have you know, my plan is textbook.
Drop it, Tyon.
Let go! Colony 13 is a complete enigma. Our data is incomplete.
It's just way too cautious, you clod. It's tedious and it's dull. Can you see that?
Yeah, you're tedious and dull.
If we don't eat now, we'll starve. We don't have the time to mess around.
What does...
Look, Tyche boy. I mean, we're Iron Lambda, yeah? The colony led by Commander Izzard. And this is some no-name backwater. We hit from the side, and we hit hard. Am I wrong? What we need is momentum. Gotta play hard to win big.
Well, I'm sure this will go well for everyone.
I see. One team draws the sentries away, then the main force can strike en masse, where the flank will be left loosely defended. Seems optimal. Is that right, Tyon?
Huh? Yes. Correct.
All right. If that's your opinion, we'll approve it. Yes, Izzard?
Yes. If you say it'll work, I trust you. Happy, Tyon?
Yes.
No, because he's being bullied into doing this and it's gonna kill everyone.
It's almost time. The new consul should be arriving from the castle soon.
That must be Nimue.
Of course. On my way.
He's gonna be torn up when she dies.
That time already.
Nimue, why are you still using that gizmo?
Now that's not very polite, Izzard. This mechanical gizmo is much more precise than the iris clock.
Is it, though?
And unaffected by the black fog. Right, Tyon?
Huh? Right.
Oh no, fog. Or gas, or like poison gas.
Sergeant! Where are you? Sergeant! What? What's going on?
It's gonna be all Tyon's fault. She looks like she's ready for the battlefield.
There should be an exit through the southern water vein. Head straight for that.
And you, ma'am?
We'll hold the line here. Keep them occupied.
Begging your pardon, that's idiocy and certain death.
Tyon.
You can't.
Push you.
You all
She
still
must be
have
one
a
of
future.
Godfrey's relatives.
Until the day of your homecoming, please just live. And here.
I couldn't. I won't. Don't do this, ma'am.
Listen, I need
Godfrey
you to
does
live,
suck.
Tyon.
You must.
He was my
Flee
first
for the
Xenoblade.
colony.
I mean, besides the obvious ones.
Tyon, get moving! Hurry!
How? How can I?
Tyon!
Mom!
Throw him in the water.
Mom! Leave away!
Dang, sucks. Yeah, he was not very good. And then I also had him attached to Rex, so...
Shouldn't have
Rex,
put so much stock in your irises, Kay. That is what you get.
Rex did not really appreciate much of what he added.
The plan was sound. If not for the
Was
black
it?
fog. It's all about the skin feel. You've only got eyes
feel?
up front. That's why Kay lost. Sounds, the air, breathing. When you can feel all that, you don't need the iris.
And for all that, you still flunk back, tail between legs. Are you forgetting that fact?
He's awful forgetful, isn't he? So, I'm still breathing, and I had a ball with them kids, right until I had to scarp her.
Excuses a 10 a penny.
What are you implying?
Excuse me?
Medusa?
Is this a private party or can I interject? I
Tiny
was
one.
thinking I might head out alone next. Is that allowed?
You want to see with your own iris, eh?
Pretty much. Plus there's Izzard and Colony Lambda, right? It'll be an extremely amusing situation, don't you think? Yeah, we'll have fun, I'm sure.
I want to unmask an old lady. Kill Grandma. Not this kid, old kid, man. It's fine. All in due time. Goodest. Well, now Noah's got the jacket. He's the cool one. Hey York, talk to me again. Gamma. Yeah, but they don't like you. They'll kill you. Just for existing. Oh, I talked to you somewhere else. I didn't expect to see you here. Hey, Doran. You're kinda small. I guess everyone is small next to Lance. Hey, thanks for the tip. Bam bam. See, if I want that container from earlier, I'm gonna have to jump off one of the arms. Yeah, that'll do it. So, I'll do that before I go to the conference room.
People in Colony 4 are certainly
Oh
quick to
no,
accept it.
they want me to just go in.
After the day they had yesterday. I knew Ethan's lot was sturdy, but...
I don't want to go through a cutscene point. I want to do stuff. That's true. Grandmas are notorious for shrinking when they become grandmas.
You lot sleep all right?
Yeah, like a log. Thanks for the room. You cleaned it out just for us.
Wow,
Don't
we want
sweat
everybody
it.
catching your cooties.
Just a token from us higher-ups. My iris is clocked. I couldn't quite believe it. So I went outside, hunted down a Hox as a test.
And?
Didn't get snuffle. The flame clock didn't show, and neither did any motes. Looks like it's real.
That means you just murdered something for no reason.
We were baffled too, at first.
Anyway, we're all thankful to you. Flame clocks don't work so good when you're dirt. Hated having to worry about when my number might be up.
Wait, dirt? I thought Ethel's rank was silver. It was when she saved our hides, wasn't it?
Well, snuff happens.
Shit happens, man.
Kamaravi. Heard of him? Call him the Smouldering. The greatest warrior in all of Agni.
He's a Gundam pilot.
And a commander loves to spar with the guy.
I know him. They say his spear technique is unparalleled. That, and he's an ace for honest pilot. Wow. So Kamaravi and Ethel were rivals.
That's right. We fought against him who knows how many times now. Took our share of damage, but then so did they. At one time, one of his Feronis' knee joints blew clean out.
Good. And then clearly he survived for no reason.
Well, most likely it was a failure of maintenance. The commander could have ended it then and there. But no.
Telling other people's tales again? Not very endearing. Cut it out.
Commander! Apologies, Mom.
I'm joking.
Obey the booba.
Ethel?
Respect the
It became
booba.
a tremendous scandal. The castle stripped our colony of our silver rank, demoting us to dirt. But look.
Baby, you want a bottle? Baby, you want a dirt bottle?
They were made the lowest of the low. And still they chose to stick by me. Even though it meant having to live day to day. That is why I must prevail. Over him.
Huh? But you're...
Free from the yoke of the flame clock, yes, certainly. However, this is another matter.
What is it about then?
Hunger? Pride? Desire? Joy, maybe? It's a little hard to put it to words.
It's a custom Gundam.
It's something along those lines. I haven't all the time in the world. And my troops understand this full well. For me, well, all of us, really. A rematch with Kamaravi is everything. And that will give purpose to the remainder of our lives.
Yeah, but you don't have a flame clock anymore.
To life.
Right, okay. On an emotional level, I could understand.
Wow, really?
I didn't say I agreed. I just see her point of view, that's all.
All right now, let's put a pin in the philosophizing. When we talked last night, you said your destination was Sword March, as I recall.
Right.
Come along.
Come, we have much to discuss. In the booba lair. Stop running from me. I must gain your friendship points. Oh, is that where all the containers are from? They're just dropping things in random places. Why is that? They're really gonna make me hold their hand going up the staircase. Ethel really is practically a grandma. She's gonna be homecoming before we know it. Follow them. What if I don't? What if I just go my own way? I have a container I want. Bunch of question marks suddenly on the map. Although they were probably always there, I just couldn't reach them. They're not on this map though. I will check that out momentarily. This might be harder than I was hoping for. How do I get to the arms? Now, did I get here ahead of them? I didn't even realize I hadn't been here before. I just wanted the observation deck. Maybe. I actually don't think I wanted that. I need to get even higher. Okay, the observation deck or the command is a waypoint I can come back to. I'm sure I can. Oh, jeez. Wow. You're about to fall and die. Come on, guys. Just lands. No need to follow. Ah! Good. Actually, it's probably on a higher point, because I don't see any containers from here. Medical quarter. Let's see real quick. I'm not trying to leave, although I bet they wouldn't let me leave. I guess maybe they will let me leave. I just want to see. Okay, so this question mark is way further out than I thought. Oh, it's all the way over here. Yeah, they're not gonna want to let me do that. Let's go to the command center. I wasn't done exploring, I was just jumping off of stuff. I guess Ethel and what's his name are just gonna wait there until I follow them accurately. These places are so big, it's easy to get lost. Just trying to explore them the first time. Let's see. Yeah, there's the little goofy arms. The scale is really hard to understand from this point of view. Actually, I wonder, what if I...
This place next, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see if, yeah, it doesn't really have a marker. It's just like a map. Figment. Feature. Ferengi. Phenomenon. How did I not end up at the command center before? This one is way more complex than our home base. Guess if you were silver once, they didn't take back your nice toy. Yeah, you guys are just standing there. You really are old people. Want me to take you by the hand? Oh, I got there ahead of them. And that counted. Alright, fine. I didn't expect that.
This right here is Sword March. Well, that part is common knowledge, I suppose. To get there, you have a few possible routes. Mainly the northern and the southern. And then, the direct route cutting through the ocean vortex.
You don't say. That works.
Nobody's done it before.
Such a tease.
I mean, how would you...
You can try to approach it from sea or from air. But as soon as you're close to it, you'll end up being ripped to shreds.
Thank you for telling us how hopeless that idea was.
Trust me, it's not just the waves and the wind. We believe there's some other force at play there. And so, through elimination then, these two. And quite frankly,
suggest that route.
I wouldn't advise going north.
Why's that?
The road's dangerous, and it runs right past Agnes Castle territory. You'd have a hard time getting through.
Tyan, turns out you were right.
As always.
Additionally, you are Ouroboros. If you face another colony, you may find the same thing happening as did with us.
I'd feel safe betting on it.
If you go south, the battle lines are relatively fixed. If you can proceed along this route, you'll get there in about 2 months.
2 months?
But
there's more?
even if you reach the sword, this city, yes? It's hard to believe you would find it there. It seems far-fetched.
How so?
Once, we had to advance across this region ourselves. It was empty. Nothing but the sword piercing the landscape. And then, there's that word you mentioned, city. What could that possibly mean? Is it a person? Or a thing?
When Guernica talked about it, it sounded kind of like a colony?
I was pretty sure it was an object.
Will you
No,
still
it's a
go there,
food.
regardless?
I want to eat the city.
Yeah. That was the idea. For a chance to live on.
Did these guys clean up while I wasn't looking?
Then there's no more to say.
We didn't get to see them in the back
Mom?
again.
Our guests will be leaving soon. Let's give them any assistance we can.
No worries.
Feel free to use the
I was just
facilities
gonna say
here
no
at
way.
your leisure. Get ready for what's ahead.
They cheated. Where my fan service at?
Mimi? Relax. We're just doing what Ethel said. Just using the facilities at our leisure. You have to eat, else you won't grow. It's just...
You're tiny.
Don't let them get to you. Yeah?
You saved their lives. Lord it over them.
What is this?
It used to belong to my friend. He always wore it till last year. Yes, he died, fighting against Colony Psi. You animals killed him. Shot him right here. Clean through.
You're wrong. We're actually from Colony Gam... Mimi, what?
If that's what you want, go ahead and shoot. It's not like I'm a hard target.
Now we're talking. Oh, what? You're nearly done anyway. Well then keep your lousy embers. Die today or in 3 months' time, not much difference.
I mean, nobody You're just gonna do the sending for me.
Just mind you don't get poisoned before your time's up.
What a jerk. So uncalled for.
Senna, it's fine. He was right. We did kill people. Maybe not his friend, but certainly others.
We had no choice. If we hadn't have, we'd be goners.
We had no choice.
It's almost like war is
yeah,
bad.
that was clear until now. But not anymore. Right?
Uh-huh.
Murderers.
There's a chance
PTSD.
we can make amends. Even if we're misunderstood.
I mean, you already liberated these guys from the clock. Burritos.
On the house. Eat your fill, friend.
Huh?
That's too much.
We're dirt rank, remember? Life ain't easy here. But you did help. Besides, you gave us a choice.
Yeah, I can
The
cook.
choice not to fight.
I don't have to fight
Now,
anymore.
we won't have to take others' lives. I've wished for this. And you made
You're
it true.
freaking immortals now.
Thanks for that.
Free to be immortal until you get old and die. Oh, jeez. I thought that was like to share. Yeah, Santa can't hold that much food. That's just being wasteful. No, you can't. You already said something. I want a tutorial. Tutorial me, Captain. Oh man, we're gonna slice up her heart and eat it. But yeah, if Napon don't have clocks at all to begin with, then they might be immortal. Ricky's a grandpa. Just having people around that aren't subject to the clock is weird. It means that something strange should have happened already. Wow. Oh, you can stick that hand. Let's be super vague, so that only Lance is an idiot and definitely not us. Yeah, punt it. Yeah, somehow I don't think the Napon are the secret villains of this society. But I do think that it's weird that they just don't make consistent sense with the rest of it. The reason they're there is because they're Napon. You need Napon like you need Mughals. You need to Mughal it up. I mean, Ricky was a pretty good fighter in the first game. So, not everybody can be Tatsu. for, I don't know. What we need is Poppy. We need a race of poppies. We are the poppy people. I need to gather intelligence. Let's talk to people first. Laszlo. Are you saying that people have to pay for food at the canteen anyway? Oh, that's quite a name. Alexandra. Yeah, I mean, you have a magical tattoo, but I don't think that actually matters. I think it's like a cattle brand. And if nobody sends you at your homecoming, then I don't think it actually matters. You think you're free. Free to be old. Becoming old. Pretty sure there's probably not any idle chit chat around here. Yeah, the only one who wanted to talk was someone who didn't exist before, and the canteen chef. Besides, it's only 10. I wonder if there's new... What the heck was that all about? Don't yell. Let's see. Okay. Let me see though. I think...
Huh?
Oops, I pressed the thing.
Hey, did you guys hear something?
Footloose is the one where I take off the shoes, but that doesn't actually mean anything without the associated other redeem. Kick back and relax is the one where I relax. Oh, you had to find it. That's fine.
Oh, my plumage is everywhere.
Oh no, she has plumage? She's molting? Well, that's true. You have points, and I need to back up a little bit. Hey, there's somebody who wants to talk. Mixed veg torpedo wraps. So I was right, they're basically burritos. See you again. Yeah, I mean, we only saved your life. You can still run us out of town. Yeah, man, we're heroes, but we still gotta prove it to everyone again. Cool. Yeah, I set free the people who now hate me. I'm so awesome and hateable. Oh, see, the dinosaurs are back. They were missing for a little bit. That might be why they don't move around a whole lot. We're listening to their problems.
I don't think the med team are able to respond in time.
Yeah, if this carries on, the wounded will just keep piling up higher and higher.
they need to stop getting hurt and they need to start getting healed. Oh, we have to talk it out? That's just weird.
Without
Wait,
supplies, the medics can't do jack.
I see.
It's a problem.
Let's just make sure
Seems they're
the
already wrecking our
chatterboxes. Oh, I can't leave. I don't. Tutorial, no! I was a fool. I got
No one
sucked
can
into
fight
this.
on empty batteries.
Have a discussion.
Been meaning to talk to you guys.
Stuffing problem. Oh, am I gonna fill out their bingo cards? By the Queen's Knuckles. The Queen has lots of enviable parts, I guess. We have to go with this instant. We don't need information. We need to do things forever. Explanations are for the explained at.
Hey, you lot! Got a second?
No, you're yelling at us.
What's up, Balearis? It's the commander.
Oh no, what happened to the boobs?
What's the commander?
She turned 10.
Well, I haven't seen her for ages. Do you know where she is?
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've seen her.
Are you sure? You haven't seen her at all? Think very carefully.
She's an old lady. She's about to die at any moment. As far as we know, which is dumb. But I guess it's less dumb in this society. Which the society is really dumb.
She wouldn't hesitate to die for the colony that came down to it. And she's so strong that she'll bear any burden alone, however heavy. Look, if anything would have happened to her, then Colony 4, then we'd be...
Okay, calm down.
Sorry. Got carried away.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Look, if you see her, just tell me, okay? Sorry to have kept you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a quest. That's not really a quest. We just what? This is a weird pacing tutorial thing.
Galgul's Mania is north of here.
Yeah, and we better hurry, right? Well then, no time
I think they want help with their captain situation too. But you know, that's not important. Gee, I wonder if Booby Lady will be related to this quest somehow. That would be wild and wacky and crazy. Let's see. What if I want to go south of here? That's fine. I'll find out what they want. Digging up stuff. Give me the stuff. So let's see. Oh look, it's an elite rope.
They're on us. Orders?
Gotta keep their attention.
And more ropals.
Overflying flat. Cannon. You're dealing with me. Cheers, you're a gem. Butterfly blade. Air. Keep piling on the damage.
You do that.
I know I am. You're on fire, man.
Gemini. Strike. Cannon. Air fan.
Uppercut slash.
Butterfly blade. Storm strike. Hammerhead.
Get rid of the weaker one first, obviously.
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
I'm not strong enough to punch your lights out. Overclock buster.
I have to keep I thought I was unstoppable. Got you covered. Things are building up.
Sometimes brute force is the
Time to wheel out
answer.
the big gun. We'll blow you away. Reloading ring.
We have superiority. Push through. Power ring.
Got you.
Good job.
That's kind of cool, I guess.
Glow ring. Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. Now's your chance.
You're a light.
I guess it needs to finish raining to get me the full credit for it.
You're all perfect. It's 'cause I'm just that good.
Just that good. Ah, that's a ropal. I almost walked right into it. Wait, I have been. This is what this is? I climbed here once and got nothing for it, and now it's a thing. I guess it's just ropals that will never stop attacking. How did we actually find her?
Ethel?
Oh, it's you.
Wiggle, wiggle. Only when turning.
What are you doing here?
You're freaking out your subordinate.
That's what I was.
Wait, look over there.
Supply drop. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I already did that, but alright. Now we gotta get on the other side.
Was that a supply drop?
Yes, sent from Agnes.
How can you tell?
We got word that an advanced troop from Agnes had been seen in the area. And if they're in the middle of enemy territory, it has to be due to some kind of operation. The supply drop must be timed for the arrival of a main force.
So we should steal it.
Funnily enough, it's that supply drop we're after.
Did you know about the Agnian troops, Tyon?
I've known about the presence of Agnian forces in this region for a while.
Yeah, you told us not to go that way.
I could never verify that supplies were being dropped, but I won't say I didn't suspect.
Oh yeah? Well, looks like I can verify it now.
From the way that you're talking, it sounds as though you're after supplies too.
Well, medical supplies specifically. We thought Colony 4 might need them.
I see. Then it looks as though we happen to have the same goal.
Really?
Boliaris was looking for you. You didn't actually come alone, did you?
I actually did. Your understanding of the situation is correct. And I can't risk any more casualties.
So you thought you'd go and take care of this yourself, huh?
That's very irresponsible, Captain.
In that case, we...
What if the booba got besmirched?
I said I couldn't afford any more casualties, and that includes you.
Yeah, but we're stronger than you.
I appreciate that you're willing, but Colony 4 is my responsibility.
You know, except for cutscene power.
We want to work with you, Ethel.
Be that as it may.
We've already made our minds up. That's why we're here.
You might end up having to cross swords with people from your own country.
Oh, we did that already.
Talking about avoiding casualties, you know that includes you too, Ethel, don't you?
We're having quite the conversation here.
I yield. I can't very well refuse you now.
I mean, you could, you just won't.
Don't worry, Ethel. We're not who we used to be.
Yeah, we won't drag you down.
Then if we're agreed, let's hurry and pick up those supplies.
Apologies. And thank you all.
Temporary. She's gonna occupy that 7th character slot, isn't she? Heroes.
Head for the smoke rising from the container. That's our drop point.
Roger, Dodger. Let's go pick it up before someone else
Dodger, Dodger. Yeah, she's in the back. Now she's heroes. Let's, yeah. Alright then. She is stronger than us now. Magic. Sort of. She's a rank 10 hero. Flash Fencer. More classes. I want it. Am I allowed to do anything with, to, or about her? Oh, you can select heroes. I want to collect more. I need more hero. Time to hero up. Let's, oops. Oh, no. That's fine. It's just my fins. It's just their shins. Alright. That wasn't so bad.
Whoever thought that we would join forces like this?
I did. I knew it.
It's really unexpected for us too, Ethel.
It was Booba at first, Booba. Don't care. Yeah, there's definitely whirlpools in there, and I don't care to fight them. There's an elite horsey though. I want to fight it.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
We can do it, no doubt about it. You're dealing with me.
Time to get crushed.
can't believe we've gone up to 7 characters now.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Gall. You've the gall to say that to me. About you. To you. To me. Alright, they're actually just called camels. Not spelled the same, but they are literally camels.
It's very reassuring to have you with us, Ethel.
I feel very much the same.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
We can do it. No doubt about it. Wide flat.
It's all coming together.
Butterfly blade.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I'm hoping for some Ethel banter. But I should probably know better than to assume such a thing will happen.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
All set and ready to tumble. Butterfly dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Break.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Everyone is interested in Senna.
They're
Not wrong, but
mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
Stay alert.
it's not what I'm trying to say they are them about.
Wide flat. Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Oh yeah, it's on the other side. Yeah, what are we supposed to do about that exactly? Maybe they will... Oh, wait, what? Was there a hole in this wall the whole time? I never knew I could climb on these little pipes. I'm a dummy. That's just wild. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? Algernon.
They're on us. Orders?
Yeah, it's just a bolt. It's a higher level bolt. It wants a piece of me.
That was
Wait.
spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Oh, that's just awful.
Quite a rare sight.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
Arc is that soon.
I'll draw them. Time to get cracked.
Now we're getting somewhere. Butterfly blade. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Oh, I guess it's the sound of people fighting near the container. I should have thought of that first. Let's see, did you guys make any progress towards a better class, or a different class yet? No. I'm pretty sure it's by design they want us to keep having a consistent healing team. Because once you start taking away healers, it's gonna get kinda weird.
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Our cover's blown.
Dang it.
I'll draw them. Time to get cracking.
Push through!
Smooth as always, Noah.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Apparently she's just really good and getting a lot of attention this way.
Well, we've been found. I'll draw them. Cheers for that. I'm a Armstrong is called a land handshake. You're on fire, man. Variable. Powerful.
Wait a minute.
Go.
Keep up the pressure.
Overfall.
Leave the enemy to me. Easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Hey, this one means business. White flat overfall. The enemy is wrong.
Ever the paragon, Leo?
Now's your chance. Did you see me in action, Mimi? Sure I did, Sana.
Oh,
You look great.
More. I thought we were gonna have a swarm. Oh, maybe the time of day made them like respawn positionally. I don't know. Wait a second. Could I have always crossed over to this side and gone this way? Oh wait, no, they probably stopped me from going this way, didn't they? Oh no, wait, there's a container up here. I saw this before.
What you got for me?
I don't know. Got more gemstones. And a soldier's headband. Still, the pipe in the wall is a real dirty trick. It'd be nice if there was like a ladder here, but okay, fine. Although, it's probably faster if I just go through that hole in the pipe again. And I just fell. Is there a way back that doesn't involve falling? Probably not. Let's find out. Yeah, I fell. Wow, he survived. So I actually could have made it. Oh well, I would have had to have gotten on that little cliff. I don't know. It's weird. Xenoblade, why don't you complain or explain the Burbain vein, Burbain. Yeah, those are words. I made them myself. Don't steal them. I'll probably do this side quest and then I'll be done, because it's been a long Mario Kart filled day. I did good today. Oh good, we get to save their lives.
Something's not right.
What do we do?
No time to daydream. We have to hurry. Ethel!
You're right, Noah. We have no time to waste. Let's rout those nuisances.
Oh, they're just gonna run away. That's good. It would be awkward if they didn't.
Don't hesitate! Now go! Spoil your fun!
I'll draw them. Go!
Easy, figure. Overfall!
take down the wildlife.
Phew. Glad that's over.
Yeah, just one thing left.
Oh, they're still alive. They didn't really run, did they?
Huh.
What?
Take your wounded and get out.
They're dead. They're not wounded.
Leave, now. Did I do the right thing just now? As a Kavesi commander?
There was never a reason for any of us to fight in the first place. You did the right thing, in my opinion.
I mean, that doesn't make it right what we did up to this point. Old people have even
The
bigger
actions you believe to be
PTSD.
correct don't always lead to good outcomes. Some situations aren't salvageable. That's the nature of war. It's beyond anyone's control.
Ethel?
I'm sorry. What a tedious thing to talk about. We'll recover the supplies and head back to Colony 4. I'm afraid I'll need you all a while longer.
I really hope we find some medical supplies. May you sleep peacefully.
Freeform jazz funeral.
Got a job for you, Lancy.
Leave the muscle to me. Oh, hey, I found the what's it.
I found the what's it.
Hurry back to Colony 4.
I bet Boliaris is crawling out of his skin with worry right about now.
Wonder if we're allowed to fast travel that far. Nope, there's gonna be something that happens on the way back, isn't there? Or maybe? I can go to the checkpoint, I just can't go in yet. Interesting.
Commander? Commander! Commander Ethel!
Never let the booba leave again.
I looked for you everywhere. Where in blazes were you?
I went to fetch medical supplies. Distribute them to the med team.
Yes, Mom, I'll
distribute them.
Wait. No. Oh, no, no, you don't.
I'm sorry for making you worry. Just, please. I did this for everyone.
I understand your feelings, but... well, I suppose at least you're unharmed.
That's twice you've helped me out. I owe you another one.
Nah, don't worry about it. We were acting of our own free will.
Then to reward your efforts, I'll work on getting our injured up and about again.
Yay, everybody happy.
Come, Boliaris.
Coming.
Ethel.
Hmm? What's wrong, Noah?
I was thinking about what you said. The actions you believe to be correct don't always lead to good outcomes. If someone like you says it, then I don't doubt it's probably true. But
I'm
back
stupid.
then, you helped us. You saved us. You risked your life. Thanks to you, we're alive right now. I can say with certainty that's a good outcome. That's the only thing I'm certain of, actually.
Noah,
You're an idiot.
And we never properly thanked you.
Huh, so we didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Silvercoat Ethel, we want to formally thank you for your courage.
You're a bunch of weirdos.
I can hardly recognize the three of you. I'll continue to do my best to live up to my nickname.
Yeah, medical, blah blah.
May our alliance last.
Class inheritor. Noah. It's an attacker type. Buff arts. Oh, okay then. They're just here. Interesting. Oh, okay. I see. Oh. We can do clothing now. I want clothing. Oh, and class equipments.
Okay, all the little jobs are done. Time to hit the baths? You bet!
Yeah, we need some fan service. Or whatever. Recruiting of heroes officially.
Ready for duty?
Yeah, you're stuck with us because I want to learn your class faster. Clothing. Sword fighter. Zephyr. Military uniform. That's interesting. See, that's just a really fancy outfit. Instead of slumming it like a Gap reject. I'll have her wear that, because it's just really nice. That is not really as nice, it's just kind of there. I forget what you look like. You're not super. It's okay. Everyone can wear the coat if they learn the coat. Oh wait, there's also attachments. Hold on. Whoops. Monado. I would like to see it though. to get into battle to see it, don't I? Am I allowed to mess with her arts? I am! Yeah! Oh, she has Smash. Smash is an ability for that. Let's see. Power Charge. Boost damage still when attacking from behind. Oh, that's good. And from the side. What are our other choices? Buff self with Power Charge. Boost auto attack and our speed. Raises damage too. Ooh, I don't know about that. And then you can make them bleed. Interesting. I think we're probably fine with... I'm gonna try out this cross impact thing. Let's see. Oh crap, that's a lot of classes that we don't know about. Everyone can wear the booba coat. Too many coat options now. It's still a really nice coat, even if you're not a booba. And we can actually see the things you gain. Ninja Healer, Eternal Formation, Ether Cannon, Overclock Buster. Oh, you can actually change out that. That's kind of weird. Critical Strike. So you're just gonna let me know what these things are called, huh? The War Medic, Guardian Commander, Thaumaturge, Youngsmith, Full Metal Jaguar, Strategos, Stalker, Troubadour, Martial Artist, Soul Hacker. That's interesting. Signifier. Lost Vanguard. Now that's tactics. Come and get me. Incursor. Lone Exile. Seraph. Machine Assassin. Interesting. Unfortunately, you guys need to hurry it up on these things. Oh, do I have more skill slots? Oh no, those are master skills. They have nothing to put in those slots. I understand.
Such a pleasant fragrance.
Why are you smelling this, Ethel? Dirt cuisine. I saw. Oh yeah, I gotta eavesdrop on some people. Changes. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Freedom. See, someone's getting it. You have to know. Maxie. That's right. Defenders do your jobs. Snuffers. Unsent husks. I want to rest the barracks. I don't know what I wanna, I just wanna. Although I probably need to advance that so that I can get bingo cards from around here. There's more things to listen to. I knew it was right to come this way. I want it. Piranha's Hulks. Play like a fiddle.
This Piranhas, is it Silvercoats?
Yeah. Even a dirt rat is still Ethel's partner, I bet.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Right.
Wonder if she'll be standing in this room. I thought she might. Oh, we're so close to going up a level on that. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's good. Great. Now I've done it. Yeah, the container is like right here. Let's remove this, because it's not doing any good. It doesn't do anything. Oof. I'm a big oof. Oh, I fell in the wrong place. Actually, I don't know that I'm on the right track here. mean, I don't know it, but I just, well, there's nothing directly above us, so it must be here. But I don't have a way to fall on that roof correctly. It's almost like there's a thing out back. It's gotta be on top of this little thing here. It's like there's a zip line. We haven't actually learned how to zip line. Oops, I don't want the hatch. So if I can find the spots that is marking. Oh yeah, hold on. Oh shit, that! I don't think I can use this though. They didn't teach me how to use a zipline. Apparently I need a tutorial for that. And I'm falling down gradually. And now I can't see. Yay! Oof. Well, that's a mystery solved. Kind of. I'm gonna stop at the canteen since it's not the barracks. Tenzo doesn't want to talk.
No one can fight on empty batteries.
Alright, I gotta order food. I can order the veg wrap, which gives me extra gold.
Alright, let's feast!
Is everyone finished?
Mio's not even eating.
Can't
I'm
wait
glad
to
I
nosh on
stopped
it.
and learned this. We should discuss the 3 things. Or the 2, yeah, 3 things.
Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about that thing.
That thing. The defeat can be crushing. Bonus experience.
Been meaning to talk to you guys.
He wants to play music. It's literally the only thing you do. Melody of Morning. And changes.
Hey, listen to this, will ya?
Yeah, that does seem more like him. This seems like a really weird idea. Huzzah. There's nothing to discuss.
Break time's over.
I suppose. Let's take a look at the map real quick. Oops. That's the way they wouldn't let me go before. I wonder if it's just like a really small side thing. I'm gonna at least advance an event to the point that I can get my next main thing.
How about here instead? How about here instead? Can we ask Manana to whip up some grub?
Progress the main story. Level up. Let's get some free levels. Oh, I can just do it for all. That was convenient. Show the background. Oh yeah, Mio, slap him with that hammer.
I definitely
I
feel
see, the
stronger.
two different parties. Ugh. Let's see if we have any guess we can't do any crafting here. Let's just have an event. A fan service event. Or not. Sprucing in a mirror. Looking at your death
Another
tattoo.
bit thinner, I think.
Best bath ever.
And we missed it. No.
You taking a dip, Mimi? It's nice and warm.
I might skip today. Wasn't really a sweaty one.
What? How can you miss a hot bath opportunity? Then again, I guess when you smell so nice already, maybe it's no problem. Are you
should not be smelling her.
embarrassed about other people seeing you? There's no need to be. Miss Ethel thought of everything. She even managed to give us a window when the bath would be empty.
Ah, yes. I did know that. I guess maybe I will take a dip.
Atta girl.
Okay. Don't wait for me.
All right then. Have a good one. And good night.
Have it.
Yeah. Good night, Sana.
Oh, we missed it again. Mob 'em. Yeah, affinity bonuses. It's raining? But how will I climb the rock faces now?
How about here instead? How about here instead? How about here instead?
skills? Yeah, affinity bonuses. Oh, actually, I wanted to check, we do have cards now for their colony. Oh geez, they want lots of stuff, don't they? Potato? Interesting. There's a lot of stuff missing here. Good thingy. Oh, see, they just want me to keep going to find more stuff to send back. I do enough looting that I doubt that it's anything that I'd miss. Maybe able to get some free affinity by talking to somebody.
How about here instead?
Announced departure. Gee, I don't know. I could always buy something.
The selection's making me go cross-eyed.
Cross-eyed. I didn't buy enough. Nobody to talk to yet. I'm sure the bigwigs will want to say hey. What a wonderful kind of day. Ah, it's a cutscene. Oh no! No, I don't want to do that. I thought she was permanently here. That's kind of scary, actually. They said permanent, even though that makes no sense. I should at least teach people how to silver coat better. It's too bad Noah's a defender. I am a little spooked as to whether or not it's going to make it unnecessarily hard to spread the wealth. Let's see. She's close to being a defender, which unfortunately means we need some defender. And he's going to be a Zephyr. I guess the best thing to do is just area map. Let's go beat up some people during that side quest that I was avoiding. Oops. That's fine. It's a good enough place to go.
Are they fighting each other? Rude.
I didn't equip Ethel, did I? Oh, she's here. Kill the rifle. Just for fun.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
I'll draw them to perfect time. I'll draw them. Time to get crushed. Forte! Keep it coming. You're on fire, lad. You've got them pinned down. Try to get on your bad side, Ethel.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
This'll be over like that.
All set and ready to tumble. Super Butterfly Blade!
I'll draw them. Time to get
You're
cracked.
dealing with me.
Time to get cracked. Yeah, break! Go over bubble!
Hazy Butterfly Blade!
Water tail!
Air Bang!
Vortex!
Get out of here!
Overfall!
Butterfly Blade! Advantage!
Ever the paragon, Neo. Let's go them!
I'm fit to burn!
Leave the enemies to me! Good work, Noah! Root here!
That was spectacular!
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Another step forward.
Oh, you get SP for this too.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside. Stay alert and alive.
Overfall!
I'll draw them. Cheers for that. Having fun? I know I am. You're on fire, lad.
Yeah, it does look like vanilla. It's funny.
Unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
It's just a weird thing to say even once, let alone repeatedly. Husk it. I'm sure we'll find what made the husks. Oh look, there's a guard keeper. And a dome and some stuff. I'm sure I'm not meant to go this way. They will presumably stop me from doing it
I'd better send them off.
any moment now. Etc. Huzzah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. The colony likes me better. I don't know if I get anything for that. Maybe I do. Yeah, I mean, I guess not. I don't think I really have an affinity chart yet. Smash damage. They won't let me take it. Ah, I want to rob you. Double strike. Oh, she comes with her own gems too. And her skills are the first 30 seconds of battle. Talent art. Oh wow, that's actually an interesting move. Wait, really? Wow. That's insane. She's cheating. I want to look at the swords, actually. That's neat. Level 42.
You really want to
Oh,
face
Igna.
that?
No, I really don't, but they are interesting. I wonder if I can just sneak around them, though.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Ether Spring. Channel. Change the channel.
Alright, let's do it.
That wasn't actually very much. I still think I can sneak a little further, but I will get kicked on the behind pretty fast once I reach as far as I can. Crispy peach. That does not sound appetizing at all. Quad wings. That's a goggle. That's not good. I don't know where that quad wing went. Actually, one other thing I'm wondering about. Yeah, I guess she gains experience like anyone else. The heck is this though? Big driftwood? It's interesting how they're not stopping me from wandering into this. I mean, I know there's going to be a hard limit on how much I can do.
Planning on fighting that?
I'm not fighting a bloodthirsty Igna. Rare caterpillar. Well, the good thing here is they're too distracted fighting each other. So they don't really count as enemies. I should probably see what levels we're looking at on this one. Oh, they're actually pretty low level. We could handle this. Get some knock-on coins.
Fight with focus.
Stay on your toes. Air bag. Overboard. Super cyclone.
Yay, free coins. Now the other guys should probably want to hurt me, but they probably won't. Cowards. I would kill you too if I could. Surprised that they're low level. They're having a big fight in the middle of this enemy territory where everything could eat them for lunch.
I wonder what's around here.
A worthy opponent indeed.
Profound Hazuki.
Oh, you really want to face that?
Oh, look, it's a
Should
camp.
be able to rest here.
Why did things explode?
I'm gonna put my feet up if you don't mind.
Let's see what we can do with our gems. If there's any new gem crafts. Presumably not. Arachno thread. Grom rice. I'm gonna need Idnas. Urchons and Upas. Ardoon. Truth. Armu milk. Armu sirloin. Turkins. Kranitz. Garaffa. Well, just checking. I still have time on that menu item. Nothing to discuss.
Is everyone prepared?
You disgust me. Ah, there's a drop over there that I'm not going to be able to reach. That's what that sound was.
Ah! A supply drop!
Another step
First.
forward.
Where the heck was that drop though? Oops. Pretty sure it was this way, but
This was a nice find.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
finding an awful lot of locations. Guess there's no harm in collecting stuff.
This is something decent, right?
Oh, night is falling.
Brilliant observation, tactical genius.
Better put our backs into it, or else.
I'm getting away with a lot of walking around. I'm sure I even found some waypoints. Well, at least that. That does make sense.
This is something decent, right?
Strong ass bar. If you turn around, I can just slip on by.
Never seen this place before.
Yeah, this much discovery is probably going to create some level ups on its own.
Yeah, we might want to rethink
Oh,
taking on
jeez.
that one.
Well, at least they're docile. Oh, those are Igna. That's a Gogol. I'm sure these will be way too strong for me to mess with. Yeah, definitely cannot. It's funny. A lounge of Lagunas. I am leaving. You guys have fun with that.
Oh, you really want to face that?
Look out! Careful, everyone!
Oh jeez. Yeah, this is not a good thing. Good to know that's there. That's pretty freaky.
Better give it a good once over.
Oh, I thought there was an entrance here. And this may be about as far as I can go. The Igna are not going to let me wander through. Oh. It's all hollowed out area here. I found some things for the lift. Did not expect that.
Oi, how are we meant to
ascending.
fight that?
I think. Cool.
Time to do the
Didn't
right
expect
thing.
that. Let's see what we got around here. Aspar.
I wonder what's around here.
Oxes.
Look what that Asbar coughed up.
Yeah, but I don't see it actually coughing it up.
That's gonna
I'd
be
be
a
happy to
tough fight.
take it. Alright,
Hey,
running
is
away. There's a container around here, but it's guarded by Igna. I don't think I can slip past, but maybe. I'm sure there's more where the container is. Oh yeah, those vangs are gonna kill me before I get very far. Wow, they're just not very observant. Oh look, more sendings. I'd like to get what the Hawks is digging up, but the other ones will mob me. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Still tend to the husk. This kind of reminds me of going to different continents earlier than I'm supposed to in Xenoblade Chronicles X.
That would be a dangerous foe.
Yeah, we're not doing that, I'm just verifying its existence. Because if it's a unique, I wouldn't be safe around it. I think I can get around these Hawkses pretty well.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
Hey, a landmark. That's good.
We're planning on fighting that?
No, I just want to know what level the big thing is. There's, oh jeez. It's a snake pit.
Better put our backs into it, or else.
Colony Iota. It seems to be locked. Gee. Well, hello there.
Good thing we found this.
Hey, Polar Pearl. I was looking for those too. It's nice that there's a landmark there. I've really come too far.
Check out what it bombed.
Check out what it bombed. Yeah, but the other one's gonna rush at me.
Yeah, we might want to
still
rethink
take it.
taking on that one.
No, there's just kind of squad people hanging around.
Oh, you really want to face that?
Fight with focus.
I practically know this one by heart.
edge. Thrust!
Time
to get cracking. I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Butterfly blade!
Perfect time. I'll draw them.
Cheers, you're dead!
Keep them coming. You're on fire, lad.
You're dealing with me!
That's a great help. We can do this.
Feel it in my bones!
Leave the enemies to me. Looking good, Noah. Go. Never the party, Leo. Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Not fantastic. Don't stop it, you lad.
Butterfly blade! It isn't over!
Go.
Hammerhead!
Vortex.
Copper Furboring!
I'm small. To punch your lights out.
Giant Swing! Battery momentum!
We can do better yet.
Let's do it, Tyler! Did you see me in action, Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great!
Let's see if I've got enough stuff to fill out one of those cards.
Yo, I'm hungry.
Thanks for that, Lance. I still need salty cabbage. A lot of stuff from here around Ribby Flats. All across the Furnace region. Got some of these things you were looking for. Seeds. Vegetables. I did get a polar pearl. I guess some of these might be shared with the other parts of the area. Gemstones, bronze gauntlet. Colorful feather. I'm gonna get ambushed by a giant serpent. But it'll still fill in part of the map I haven't seen on this side. I'm gonna slip past the Igna. Collect a few souvenirs before I get out of here. Or get murdered and get out of here anyway. Not really doing a very good job of spreading the new job around, or the jobs.
We must take extra care from here on.
Oh jeez. Where am I and where am I going? So I cannot go on this side of this wall. There's a container. I'm sure I
Rise
can't
and
slip on
shine.
these goggles. Yeah, there's the container.
Yeah, we might want to rethink taking on that one.
If they would both face opposite directions, I might be able to do it. No, that's not really working. I'm all lucky. This guy won't notice me.
What you got?
That would be a dangerous foe.
I might be stuck here. Oh, that guy is so close. Yeah. Run away. Oh god. Oh no, I'm surrounded. Oh jeez.
Formidable opponent.
Nope, nope, nope.
Gotta keep their
Nope.
attention.
Extra nope. There it goes. At least I got the container. No, I'm not hanging out here. It's been fun. Let's see. I can't skip travel there. Stingy. Let's see though, I can't go to any of these for reasons. Let's see what I can do before they complain that I'm not doing my duty to say goodbye. Fog and annihilation. We should talk about this.
No one can fight on empty batteries. Hey, listen to this, will ya?
Well, that doesn't sound very useful. Hooray. We learn things.
Let's move out.
Kind of. Let's see though. I'm not allowed to fast travel there. I don't know if I can just get there on foot anyway.
They're mince meat. Kick him aside. Let's end this quickly. I'll draw them. Time to get cracked. Power me.
Much what I expected. I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tyon?
Where I'm from, it's called a land handshake. You're on fire, land.
You're dealing with me. Keep piling on the damage.
Great work.
Super butterfly blade.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Edge drop.
I'll draw them. Time to get cracked. Scorching thunder.
Swallow title. Air that was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it. They're mince meat. Kick him aside.
You want to taste my blade?
Uppercut slash. I'll draw them. Time to get cracked.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall. Is this like a rare thing?
Huh? Is that...
Look!
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Break!
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you
There's
didn't
an
charge
ether
off on
channel.
your own.
What shall we do?
Who's there? Where? The heck are you talking about? I mean, there's one way far away. I don't see one close.
Ah, this'll be over like that.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Oh,
You're dealing with me.
cheers for that.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
I can't really speed along class point observance skills or whatever. Getting close. So maybe just a little bit more.
Quite a rare sight.
Ah, this'll be over like that. Let's end this quickly.
Uppercut! You're dealing with me.
Time to get cracking.
Wide slap!
Power!
Have a head! Keep up the pressure!
Think again. Looking good now.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Alright, just climb this ladder.
All right. Huh? Is that their mince meat? Kick 'em aside.
We can do it. No doubt about it.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tyon?
Ah, this'll be over
We're
like
unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall. All right,
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl
That's too
with
many
the gall.
times. Wait, alright, they caused a cave-in. I can't go that way. I really actually do have to get them to advance things.
Ah, this'll be over like that.
A worthy opponent.
Got it! Over there! You're dealing with me! Senna! Love to see it!
That was over way too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Ah, this'll be over like that.
You want to taste my blade?
Uppercut slap.
Butterfly
I'll draw them.
blade!
Cheers for that.
Get out of here! Air smash! Hazy figure!
Don't you favor us?
After one fucking laser! Eat it! Butterfly blade!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Edge. Uppercut slap.
Air smash! Imminent surprise!
I'll draw them. Time to get
Hazy figure! Now to charge! Using the point! Air smash! Hammerhead! Nice! That's how you pull off a win.
Yeah. See if we can keep this up.
Ah, this'll be over like that.
You want to taste my blade?
edge.
You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Air fan. Silver cyclone.
We have superiority.
Butterfly blade.
Hurry! Overclock buster!
Another notch on my belt. Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Alright, who ranks up? Oh, she made rank 4 ogre. It's not a very ogre-y ogre. It's unusual, but okay. So yeah, I don't think I can actually go any further in that direction as a result. Which is why they marked it as rubble and blah 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 blah. I have no idea what kind of progress that actually. So it could take a lot longer than just. Oh, let's top that off. I wonder if I have anyone else who can just be a defender. One of my attackers, I mean. I don't think they've learned. Oh, he's a D at that. Is there anyone else who would be interesting? Looks like nobody's actually really inclined towards her class.
Leave the enemies to me.
And then, got one too many attackers. Well, it's probably fine for right now. But, in the long run.
I'll handle this.
Leave it to me. You want me to lead?
Yes, Uni's the boss.
I'll take point.
There's, sorry for out his class a little bit.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
I'm ready. Let's do it. You're dealing with me.
Thanks. Hidden
Butterfly blade. Cannon pull.
We're coming together.
Overboard. Air fan.
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Hidden Thorn is neat, but
Revolution Edge!
that's interesting. They have different, entirely different moves. Let me see. I guess it's just a different name than her very unique one. Where did we? Oh yeah, that's different too. From behind. Well, that's basically the same as Revolution Edge then. It only takes 30 seconds. It takes 30 seconds to get another back attack though. Null slash increases critical hit rate when attacking from the side, so that's good. And power charge. Speed. I don't need acceleration. Good. I want to see how effective some of these moves are.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
This one looking at me funny. Hey, you! You're dealing with me!
You're a lifesaver.
White flat! Hazy figure, down the top!
Thanks.
Really, I'm asking. Please work with me a little.
You what? You're supposed to be following me!
There's an elite over there.
Don't try to stop us. Never a dull moment, eh?
I'm here to spoil your fun. You're dealing with me!
You're a lifesaver.
Across the enemy! Hazy figure! You're dealing with me!
You're a lifesaver.
Overboard! Too easy!
Waves.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Overboard! You're dealing with me!
Thanks.
Butterfly! Go, back into the flash!
Saber!
Air! Across the enemy! That'll work pretty good, eh, Tion?
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
A worthy opponent.
You're dealing with me!
Yes.
You're fast and amazing!
I'll keep up the attack.
Across the enemy!
Saber!
You're dealing with me!
Thanks.
Easy! Across the enemy!
That's
You're
the weak
dealing
point.
with me! Thanks!
Stop it!
Silver cyclone! You're right here! Move as always, Noah!
Impact!
Fly over! Saber! Off with it!
Alright, you got extra CP for
Much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tion?
So
The
I
sun's
really am
setting
wasting
already.
a lot of time not going after those. Oops. So it looks like class points go a lot faster than learning points. So it's probably not worth much to... Oh, she's learning... Oh wait, no, it's just a little sliver. I don't know. Maybe I'll just advance it and see if they're not full of nonsense. But the problem here is she's trying to learn how to be a heavy guard. I have no heavy guard in my party right now. I do have a Zephyr, but it's not really gonna help that problem. So, I will just put this on a shelf for the moment. Because he still needs heavy guard experience anyway. Once those other two can change their classes, maybe I can come up with a party configuration. It would be nice if I could keep Ethel around. I'm not convinced that they'll let me do that. It might just be that they're telling me that they'll remove her from my party so I can talk to her. And then it'll go back to normal. What happens if I fast travel there? No. It's kind of annoying that these two are at the same place. It could just be a generic
I
warning.
have to ask before you go. Why is it that you stick together?
Given what's what, we pretty much have to.
Considering how everybody attacks us on sight now.
At this point, I suppose it just panned out this way.
You really think so? That's not really how it looks to me.
Well, one thing's for sure. We were sworn enemies once. And yet, we all share the will to live in the now. Before becoming Ouroboros, I never realized. But that common will, it was reason enough to stick together.
I see. Not everyone makes the choice to fight willingly. Lance said that you have to. Well, right now every one of us has to. There's no question it would be better if they didn't. Your journey may have started out of necessity, but now you're pushing forwards towards a common goal. And that might be all we want, and all that we wish the world could be.
What we wish it could be.
You're heading out as well.
As soon as we're done here, I'll make for the castle.
What?
You forget, I am the commander. We haven't revolted against our nation, so I have to report in.
Ethel, are you sure?
Oh, don't worry. I'll be leaving you out of it.
That's not it. The consul earlier turned Mobius. Were it to...
If you mean that monster, I'm well aware of the risk.
Then why?
Because it's my responsibility to those I command. As for the consul, we can say he died in an accident.
And you can't do it remotely?
Now that the consul and Flameclock are both lost to us, I have to make a report, and not over comms. I have to requisition more supplies, too.
And what if they fit you with a new clock?
I can worry about that then.
You're fine with it? Really?
Don't get preoccupied with us. Keep to your path. Follow it, wherever it may lead you. Life is short.
I suppose.
It shouldn't be that short.
While we're all still here, one more word of warning. The consul was attempting to remove you from the picture. In light of that, you'll likely come up against hostility. But listen, you should keep engagement to a minimum. Kevis or Agnes. That goes for both of them.
But if we break their clocks, just like with Colony 4 here, they would... well, they would be free, wouldn't they?
You'd do well to remember not everyone thinks the same as I do, even within this colony. Many still haven't come to accept their new reality.
Yeah, we forced you to be free.
To make things even more fraught, in other colonies, there are those who are more than willing to fight, as you'd expect.
So it's no use appealing to their sense of compassion, or hoping they'll treat us fairly. Is that it?
Yes, precisely. You will change the fate of others just by virtue of coming into contact with them. It's quite the burden. You may not want the responsibility.
Oh, I'm gonna be responsible, alright.
Perhaps.
All that said, you get embers on your coat, you have to brush them off. If push comes to shove, do not flinch. Do whatever it takes, for the greater good. I wish you all a smooth and fruitful journey.
I will free you for the greater good, whether you want to be or not. Live in the dirt.
Ouroboros, huh? If only we could have been there as well.
Yeah, I want to merge with you, Sub-Commander. I want to make a sexy Evangelion persona digital devil, too. apply yourself to stuff. Warning level. Oh. Yay, affinity chart. I should have done this sooner. Jeez, the menu just expands like crazy. Dirt. Their clock is getting kinda goofy. Oh man. You can remember the Fallen. And Mwamba. Let's see, item retriever, caravan call, slow digestion, shiny hunter, silent steps. Oops. Oh, everyone's all over the web. Just like in the first game. To an extent.
That should make life a bit easier for us.
Item collection range. Ooh, running speed. Detection range. Shiny monsters. Increases meal duration. Oh, I see. Alright, let's see what they actually think I should be doing. I bet the rebel is gone now. Yeah, so I can actually go. Take a look around before heading to where they want me to go. Before, after that, finding an excuse to save it.
Don't try to stop us.
All set and ready to tumble.
I'm playing as the wrong person.
You're on fire, lad.
Smooth as always, Noah. Butterfly flame. Haze figure. Gemini, overboard.
Variable turret. Vortex.
You're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Ah, this'll be over like that. I don't think we'll run into any issues. I'll draw them. Time to get cracked.
want something a bit meatier.
Lots of meteors. Give me the meteors. Looks like there's a little side path though. Obviously we're too busy not fighting anymore to examine this little cliff. Container.
What you got for me? They're mincemeat. Kick 'em aside.
All set and ready to tumble. Got you. Hazy figure. Hammer butterfly blade. Hunting through. Air bang. I know it's bruising you, child. Gemini, you're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Variable.
Wide flat.
We can do this.
I'll fix the bug. You're dealing with me. Thanks for the support.
Stop, man.
No, feeling good.
Overclock faster.
Yeah, I haven't done overclock in a while. At full strength.
Before we grind you into dust.
You want some more?
Power.
I'm ahead. Time air bang.
Hooray.
Job, Uni. Leave the enemies to me. Looking good, Mark.
Wide flat.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
So, just to be sure, I'm gonna go back to the cave to make sure there's nothing extra. I'm sure there's not, but you never know. And that will take us to our next destination anyway. Maybe a few elites. Ignore everything else.
This
There's
is
a
something
shiny.
decent, right? Are
Is
we gonna
that-
be all right?
They're mincemeat. Kick 'em aside. I don't think we'll manage to do this.
Nice. That's how you pull off a win.
Yeah. See if we can keep this up.
Where I'm from, it's called a land
I don't know why I'm fighting this
I'll
thing.
draw them. Cheers for that.
Butterfly blade.
Variable.
Air bang. Hazy figure. Butterfly blade. Overfall. Hammerhead. Butterfly blade. Knocked on my belt. You're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Hazy figure. Air bang. Hammerhead. Overfall. Butterfly blade.
Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. Things are moving up.
What was I expecting? I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tile?
Yeah, she's not available. I thought as much.
Check out what it bombed. They're mincemeat. Kick 'em aside.
Leave it to me. I'll have them crying by the end.
Look what it bombed.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
We can do it, no doubt about it.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Punching through! Butterfly blade! Overboard! Advantage!
Ever the parrot.
I'm grateful. Butterflies, you're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Things are building up.
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
Smooth as always, Noah. Stop fire. Eat it.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
We can do it, no doubt about it. You're dealing with me.
Time to get crushed.
White
variable. Right, hurry.
air fan. Cannon. Butterfly blade. Crazy figure. Overboard. Air fan.
Overclock buster. Slow ring.
Giant swing.
Leave the enemy to me.
Looking sharp, though. Time to get crushed. Go.
Air fan.
Leave the enemy to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. Butterfly blade. Crazy figure.
Leave the enemy to me.
Smooth as always, Noah.
I don't know why I decided to do that.
Now I'm going to make some waves.
Whew. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Getting closer.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
So ready for this.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Get out of here. Butterfly blade.
Break.
Got you. Wide slam. Cannon. Woo.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Huh? Is that?
Oh, this'll be over like that. Stay alert to the light. Uppercut slap.
You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Hammerhead. Keep up the protocol. Air fan. Too easy. Come on to me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own. Let me check.
Check what? Where did you go?
It appears we can pass through here.
Yeah, we already did this. What? Thanks for the help, man. What would I do without you? Ooh, shinies.
Hey, that's not your everyday chump. Oh, this'll be over like that. Let's end this quickly. Uppercut slap.
You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Got hammerhead.
We have superiority. Right through.
Butterfly.
With you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
there another shiny one around
If
here?
only
I
you
guess?
didn't charge off on your own.
Yep, there's another shiny thing. It's a shiny caterpillar.
They're mincemeat. Kick 'em aside.
I'm ready. Let's do it. You're dealing with me.
Time to get trapped.
Hazy figure. Keep up the pressure. Butterfly blade.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Want to kick their butt again, for old time's sake?
This could be dicey. Up to you.
Nothing we can't handle? Who's with me?
I'm so ready for this.
Time to get crushed.
Sounds good to me.
Leave the enemies to me. We can do better yet. Burning red. Leave the enemies to me.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Well, that was fun. I'm not entirely sure why I bothered to do that, but it was fun, that's why. Aren't you listening?
Oh, this'll be over like that.
We can do it. No
This is
doubt.
not the guy. I thought he was slightly. I'm clearly not paying attention.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Huh? Is that? Oh, this'll be over like that.
All set and ready to tumble.
Extra.
Oops. Not that way, Rob.
Butterfly blade. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
There's a shiny caterpillar now.
They're mincemeat. Kick 'em aside.
I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's all advantage. You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Why? Get out of here.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Such a pleasant cave to walk through with all this mist. Fog, really.
This was a nice find.
Khaki kernel. Dropped up stuff, give it to me. Oops, that was smart. I should do that more. Cough it up. It's mine. Ah, so I can go around this way. Guess I should explore all the stuff they would let me do when cutscene powers took over.
Looks like rain's on the way. This was a nice find.
Oh, they fight me. I wanna fight. Cannot assist the Agnes squad. I guess that makes sense.
Fight with focus.
I practically know this one by heart.
Hold them off.
Things are building up.
Yay. Coin.
Another notch on my belt.
Closer.
This was a nice find.
Thank the flame, I'll finally be free of this ego's wilderness.
Edge. Uppercut slap.
Ultimate surprise.
Cheers for that.
Butterfly blade.
Variable.
Let's throw a gun fight on it. You knew you had a thing, Mimi. Cannon. Butterfly blade.
Go. Vortex.
Gemini. Strike. Eat it.
Uppercut slap. Time to end it.
Eat up. Wide slap.
Go.
Hunting
Is the enemy
Hooray.
The flame, I'll finally be free of this Aegis wilderness.
Oh, hey, I just realized I left something back at 4, so... Ah, gotcha!
Wow.
I guess this is fate too, huh?
Every day's a training day. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing to say for yourselves. How rude. There's a container I don't know if I can reach. There's a shiny
Hey,
house.
that's not your everyday chump. Oh, this'll be over like that.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that. No chance.
Smooth as always. That went pretty good. Hey, Diane.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
Is this like a rare thing?
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside. Let's end this quick. I'll draw them. Time to get crushed. Variable.
Hey, butterfly blade.
Keep 'em coming. Oh,
Not smooth. Butterfly blade.
leave the enemies to me. Looking good, Noah.
Butterfly blade.
Overclock faster. I'll draw them. Appreciate it.
I actually didn't realize it was already days until I was almost time over.
We can do this!
Yeah.
I'm fit to bust.
Dark man!
Air blade. Wide advantage.
I'm grateful. Topple.
Gemini, strike.
Overclock faster.
Yeah.
Advantage.
Don't tell me the container is actually on a high cliff. No? Did I just miss it? Yeah, it's in the corner.
What you got for me?
Heavy duty fire lighter. Yeah, that cliff up there's got a dead body I can't get to. I think I can climb up this. Yeah, there's too much of a steep wall. There's the body.
This is new.
I'd better send them off.
Gotta keep nice and limber.
You coughed it up, it's mine. There's a questing mark.
Better give it a good once over.
Kion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd really hoped it would turn out to be nothing. Ah, it seems someone else got here first.
That gear must be a high-rank colony.
Lay the Ouroboros where they stand!
I'd love to see you try, mate.
Cool.
Time to get cracked.
You want some more? Eat it! Get out of here! So, back into the battle! Advantage!
The heat is on!
Now we're in the swing of things! This'll keep me going! Strong now!
Done. Oh, that's cool. That is really cool.
What was that?
Pull back. I don't like
Oh,
our
you're
odds.
so lucky.
They must be silver rank at least.
Your caution dulls your insights. Your crude fighting wastes almost all your potential. And you, good judgment, but you're a bad quitter. Just as I'd heard, sadly.
Movie poster.
I knew it. Colony Iota.
I've heard about them.
I bet you have. Commander Alexandria's famed for her keen wit.
How dare you take Dame Alex's name in vain, scum!
We've committed no crimes.
I suppose you can prove that?
Well, proving a negative isn't really possible. But what you think you know isn't the whole truth.
Eat this, sucker! Ah! Dame Alex!
Senna!
I'm so there!
Sorry to go off book on you, folks. Snuff.
That's enough. It will suffice for this little trial. You struggled for your lives in vain.
Ouroboros criminals. Those lives will be mine. This I swear.
Oh, she's
They're
fun.
a bunch of morons, just as we'd heard. And rude to boot.
Indeed. But that might make for a fun reception. What you think you know is not the whole truth, huh? I do hope you'll tell.
Super side boob action. Not really super, but you know.
Looks like we managed to lose them.
What in Her Majesty's ever-loving cheekbones just happened back there?
Now the cheekbones.
Simply put, our foes were well versed in the art of war, though their methods were inelegant, to say the least.
Inelegant, like war's ever pretty.
They're efficient at stockpiling combat rewards. That's how they managed to climb to silver rank already.
I heard they even share their supplies with other colonies. That seems kind of awesome.
Sharing supplies? Why would they do that?
It would prove beneficial in the long term, I think.
Creating debts to strengthen ties with other allied forces does open up your options, insofar as battle tactics are concerned.
And if that leads to better results in combat, you can get your hands on even more goods.
What I'm getting here is that they're trouble.
Yes. And to make matters worse,
Much trouble.
Alexandria herself announced that they will come for us again.
That sounds good. We should do
I
more
bet
of
us
that.
traders would net them a hefty reward, huh?
So how about we turn the tables on them? Punch their lights out.
Listen to yourself, you doofus. We're talking silver here, yeah?
Well, we're totally silver plus super.
Well, whatever we choose to do, here's something to bear in mind. Colony Iota's commando group is made up of 4 units. Regardless of the precautions we take, we have a high chance of encountering them. We should consider our approach carefully.
Well, in that case, in terms of sheer power, they're the ones with the advantage. We should avoid a direct confrontation. If we could just dismantle those commando units, it would help lower the colony's capabilities.
And it might give us an opening to strike.
Yeah, if it comes to that.
But it basically allows us to avoid fighting as much as possible, right? I like that plan.
No objections from me either.
Personally, I'd hope we don't even meet them.
Unlikely.
We got new folks
We've
on the
walked
map.
into the trap. What was that?
We got new folks on the map.
Oh, I see. He's talking about affinity. Wow, they don't get along very well? Shiny hawks.
That? We got new folks on the map. Ah, this will be over like that. Let's end this quickly. I'll draw them. Cheers to that. That was over way too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
There's a level 40 unique.
Some relationships changed. Ha! New colonies on the grid.
I see. Whoops. Oh. That's weird. Edit shortcuts. Oh. Wow. That's interesting, actually. I didn't know you could do that. Oof. It's kind of weird to have that there. I guess it's... Oh, that would be inside Iota. I've actually been to the Iota gates. forgot. There should be 3 little events, and then I guess I could go over to where Iota is. Since they don't seem to be under the command of a crazy guy. It might be like a little side quest for the moment. No, I can't resist a good side quest. I don't want to go over there. That's where you expect me to go.
We can't leave it like this.
I mean, we could, but we want free affinity. Oh, that's
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
special
Don't
task.
worry, I'll handle it.
Down here. I want to eat you. Yeah. Tried and it took me all the way back here. That was my best idea yet. Don't think I can get up on that cliff from here. That looks fancy. Dang it. I couldn't get past. Oh, there's a dinosaur. And some stuff. That looks neat. There hasn't really been an area with like a really powerful overworld theme, like Counter Plains or the Gourmet Big Place. I'm very good at word.
I guess we should just head to Elsie's spout then. Tyon?
Right. There are a lot of resources on the way, but I'd ask that we keep detours to a minimum.
Oh heck no, we're gonna keep all the detours. We're gonna live here forever. On the fat of the land. On the fat of your head.
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
I'm ready. Let's do it. The element of
I'll draw
surprise.
them. Time to get cracking.
Giant swing butterfly blade.
Great. All right, keep 'em coming. You're on fire, lad.
Cannon boom. Air fan.
We've got 'em pinned down.
Gemini head.
Sounded unfriendly.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
We can do it. No doubt about it. Overboard. You're dealing with me.
I'll draw them. Get cracking.
Giant
Very
swing.
Oh.
Air fan. Above the enemy. Eat it. You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that. Overboard.
Days. It isn't over.
Forte.
Hazy figure. You're dealing with me. Thanks.
Yeah, low range.
Wide slash.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tile?
Let's see. Ah, we got Turkins and Ignis. Why would I get affinity points for Colony 4? I'm gonna go for the coins. Yeah.
Here we go, guys. I'll draw them.
Thanks for the support.
Murder of Turkins.
Perfect time.
Keep helping them. Just as planned.
Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Hooray.
Another notch on my belt.
Turkin surface metal. It looks like I can get up this hill over here.
Hang on. Is this the right way? Mimi, if we keep going this way, we'll end up in the desert.
Sounds
This
good
is
to
something
me.
decent, right?
Griffox. Anarchy Orchid. Obscurian.
Be at rest.
I'm surprised they didn't just stop me from going. That's a bigger group than I was expecting.
Should be time for dinner soon, right?
Let's go after the shiny one.
Huh? Is that? Here we go, guys.
I'll follow your lead.
Edge.
Butterfly, over the ball.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that. Break. Topple. Overboard.
Butterfly blade.
Water.
Woo! That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Those are big flyers. There was flag somewhere around here that I was not collecting. Really, I could have just gone the whole way. There was one step up. Should have checked the map. And there's one of them way out there, one of them way down here, one of them even further. After which, Iota will want to beg for my help. I guess they don't see you as crazy unless there's a console with them.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Fire blast! You're dealing with me! Love to see it!
Go!
Punch and air bag! Get out of here!
Power!
Easy to pick up! Hammerhead!
Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Never seen this place before.
Landmarks are good. Guess the game is finally letting me explore it
This is something decent,
instead of
right?
just telling me where to go exclusively. They are still telling me where to go, but I get a lot more choice. Okay. I guess they're introducing the area. Ah, more crazy enemies that I probably can't handle. Dana. Listen, I want the swag that's over here, so I'm gonna murder you.
Stay on your toes.
I'll draw them. Time to get crushed. Topple!
Butterfly blade. Drive. Keep up the pressure. Punch and hammerhead. Whew. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
There's a lot of stuff on these ridges that I can't reach from here.
This is something decent, right?
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Let's top up on ether.
Boom. Ether. Looks interesting in the distance.
I guess this is fate too, huh?
Oh, there's a body on that mountain over there. That little cliffside, I mean. I don't think I can get up there, but I want to take a better look. Can't really see the topography unless I get closer anyway.
Oops, they found us.
I'll draw them. Time to get cracked.
Overfall! Butterfly blade! Thanks for the support.
Listen up the odds a little.
You didn't disappoint. Keep piling on the damage. Center! Love to see it.
Variable! Hurry!
Hammerhead! Air bag!
No chance.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Enemy reinforcements.
Fire blast! You're dealing with me. Didn't need to go in.
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
I was the
Shouldn't have picked that
MVP.
fight.
You're all thinking it. Extra. Uppercut slap. I'll draw them. Time to get crushed. Overboard. Break.
Hazy figure. Butterfly
Leave the
blade.
enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. Hammerhead. Retro advantage.
Ever the pirate, Neo.
Leave the enemies to me.
Looking good, Noah.
Eat it. Butterfly blade. Flyers. Wing. Gemini. Threat. Hammerhead. Enemy reinforcements. Keep moving forward. Air bang. Butterfly. You're dealing with me. This will keep me going. That's how you pull off a win.
Yeah. See if we can keep this up.
Let's see if, oops. Yay, I finally reached the point where I can switch the class. Okay, so
Nothing's
now you
getting
can be a
past
heavy
me.
guard. You are not ready to do anything yet. Oh wait, no, you can be a Zephyr. Yeah. So you will
I'll
be
provide the
our
perfect defense.
guardians.
Gotta keep you guys
You can
safe.
be a healer. I don't know if we can handle just one healer. Let's see. She's pretty close to unlocking that class. Need to learn strategize into Zephyr. Who was our Zephyr? You were the Zephyr until just a moment ago. So, I'm gonna let you keep. No, you actually have to be a healer or we're gonna die. Maybe I can just see how well that
Real
works
good
for
count
just a
the bad
second.
guys.
It's gonna be a bad party balance, but we'll see if this is as deadly as it seems like it should be. I'll just pick fights with small guys until I reach my level of inaptitude. Okay, we definitely can't take on a unique this way.
Oh, that's a rare one.
Hey, ugly! I'll draw them. Cheers for that. Butterfly blade. All coming together.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
A container.
Huh? Here we go, guys. Right on. Make sparks fly, Noah. Where I'm from, it's called a land. You're on fire land. I'm the one you want. Cheers for that.
Butterfly blade. Crush out. Air bang.
Topple. Butterfly blade.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
A container. They're on us. Orders?
I'll draw them. Cheers for that. White there. All right, keep them coming. You're on fire land.
White slap. Butterfly blade.
Topple.
We're in a race to topple.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Let's see. That's making us much progress on the. Yeah, that'll probably work out pretty fast, and then I don't have to worry about it later. And then Yeah, you're a Zephyr. You're a Zephyr. 2 Zephyrs and 2 heavy guards. Should top off the progress on those for some people. I'm gonna need a healer though. At least one, probably more than one. So, the one we're closest to is the heavy guard, so I'll leave those. Class. I'll let you temporarily start tacticianing, and you can be.
We're better to monitor the battle than on healing duty.
That way, we're all spread out.
Nothing we can't handle? Who's with me?
I don't think we'll run into any.
I'll have to get on your level. I got a chance to win at the big club. I'll wreck 'em good.
Leave the enemies to me.
Yeah, do more of that.
No chance.
That's the spirit.
We can do this.
Feel it in my bones.
Overfall.
Overfall.
Yeah.
Figure. Let's talk.
Go.
Now we're in the swing of things.
I thought he was facing the opposite direction. Got some more targets.
Stay on guard.
gonna miss it. It's already toppled. Oh, I should have started with the healer. I'm gonna mess it up. I could have had another one, but I forgot about the point of it.
Okay, we'll push through.
My bad. Yeah.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Come on, don't fail me now.
Alright, I can put them back to their suboptimal organization.
I'll provide the perfect
Doing
defense.
that.
I'll take real good care of the bad guys.
Get some swag. Flamethyst. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we might want to rethink taking on that one.
Yeah, we're not doing that, but it was interesting to see. Map-wise. Oh, I guess we could go around that way. But I'm more interested in seeing what's going on over here at the Oasis. Also, I see dead people. All the time.
I know it's grim, but it needs doing.
Does it though? Not really clear on that part. That's a cool tree.
Something so valuable here.
Grifflox fossil.
We've never been here before.
Ipsel Hill. Ansel. rebels.
This was a nice find. Fight with focus.
Stay on your toes. The enemy is right.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Air bag. Crush out.
Break.
Topple.
Crush on bunches. Knew you had it in you, Mimi.
All coming together. Butterfly blade.
Hammerhead. Enemy reinforcements.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Bring it out. Punch it through. Butterfly blade.
Variable.
Air bag. Uppercut.
Butterfly blade.
Cannon.
New enemy. Be careful.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
Crush out.
White flame.
Butterfly blade. All flows free.
We can do better yet. Gemini.
Gemini. Strike.
Let's go surrender.
Feel it in my bones. You want some more?
Airfire.
Butterfly blade.
Butterfly blade.
Stop. White flag. Uppercut.
White flame. We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Something so valuable here.
Yeah.
We can't just leave this be.
Let's see how we're doing. I really wish some games are X for menu and some are plus for menu. I want quests. Yep, I have everything you needed.
Guess it was worth the effort.
Gemstones. Syrup. Need lumber. That would require trees. Vegetables. Rare stones. That's it for now. Just curious. I wonder if I can even get up there from here. Well, it's probably not up there I need to go, but...
Here we go, guys.
Acknowledged. Assuming combat position.
Butterfly blade.
Time to fight a big bird.
Butterfly blade.
Air bag. Hammerhead.
Uppercut slash.
Butterfly blade. Get out of here.
Airflow.
Wide collapse.
Butterfly blade.
Punch it, hammerhead. Gemini. So got us in the bag. Stop. Fire.
Low ring.
Air. Keep piling on the damage. Center. Level too easy. Come off to me,
I
and that's
wanted
what
a
you
turn.
get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Are they actually telling me to go this way? Why would that be? That is a strange way to tell me to go.
Something so valuable here.
Oh, there's a camp. In the middle of a bunch of enemies.
Quite a rare sight.
That could be trouble with this party formation.
We should be able to rest here.
Let's go fix that dead body before I
I just
rest.
spat something out.
give me free stuff.
Fight with focus.
Stay on your toes.
Edge. I'll draw them. Time to get crushed. Watch out! Butterfly blade. Air fire. Variable.
Butterfly
We have superiority. Push through. Butterfly blade.
Something a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Careless.
We can't just leave this be.
You what? It's night time already?
I think I will just go to camp here and call it a stream.
I'm gonna put my feet up if
It's
you
been
don't
a while.
mind.
I'm thirsty. And I'm sleepy. And I had fun. And I will have fun again.
Gotta note this all down.
Noted it all down. Oh look, there's something in her fire hair, so you should put your fingers in it. That's so, I don't know what to say. Just gonna let it be. But that'll do. I had fun going off script and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And I'm sure I will continue doing crazy stuff instead of doing what I'm supposed to. Because that's what the game is all about. And that's why I never finish these games. Yeah.